Tom, are you ready? Okay. It is 5:01. I'd like to call this meeting of the Teaching, Learning, Equity, and Pupil Services Committee to order. First of all, I want to apologize for not being online at the moment. My computer does not want to connect to the network, so I am working on that. I will join as soon as I can get us connected. Okay, Ms. Schopp, can we have roll call, please?
Yes. Megan Miller will be joining us as soon as she can. Tom Hankins
Here.
and Greg Schneider.
Present.
So all members are present except Megan Miller, who will be joining later.
Okay, thank you. Can I have approval of the agenda?
So moved.
I will second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Can I get approval of the minutes of the last meeting, please?
So moved.
I'll second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. That takes us to item 2A, dual language immersion and bilingual programming audit.
Good evening. I'm going to be kicking this off to Tony Bosco in just a second. He's really been leading a lot of this work. But just wanted to frame things for you a little bit before I do that. So our work with our DLI and bilingual programming has been in the district for a long time. And there's some slides that'll give us some kind of historical reference there and then where we are at currently with populations and needs for service. But this conversation around the quality of programming in our DLI programming in our schools started this time about last year. I remember coming to the board and saying that we'll be doing an audit of our programming with recommendations for winter to begin to inform the following school year. So the intent of tonight is just to give you an update. Our audit has been underway. We started it in early fall, and then we will be coming back to the full board in February. The meeting is February 4th to give you more of an executive summary, and we'll have the researchers with us that we've been working with that are experts in this area. So Tony is here just to give the committee an update where we're at in the work so far. Thank you.
You bet. Good evening, board, and thank you for having us this evening to present an update on where we are with our dual language immersion bilingual programming audit. A little additional backstory to just complement with what Ms. Moratek shared. We've actually wanted to undertake this process for several years, seeing that our dual language immersion program is 10 years old. It is a great opportunity for us to just kind of review and reflect on where the program has come and then really establish a clear vision for where we want to go based on an objective review of our program to date and all the things that we have to offer. So that's really what this is about tonight, is just kind of giving the board some background on where the audit is, who our partners are, and what we hope to learn as we move forward. Again, the dual language program in Beloit is more than 10 years old now. We started in 2012 with a relatively small program, and it's hard to believe that over the course of a little more than a decade, we've grown it to nearly 1,000 students enrolled in dual language here in the school district of Beloit. And that's directly related to the multilingual learner population that we have in Beloit, but it's not solely reflective of that population. As you can see on the slide, our dual language immersion program is open to any students that are interested in learning a second language at a very high level. So most of our language learners, our ESL or multilingual learners, that's our service delivery model, but it's also available to any students that are interested, as I said, in becoming highly proficient at a second language, namely Spanish, here in the school of Beloit. By law, we are required to offer statutorily resources, educational opportunities for language learners, and that's if you meet certain cell sizes. For any school district that has more than 10 students at the K-3 or 20 students at the 4th grade and beyond, you're legally obligated to provide bilingual services. We do that through our dual language program. We also do that through the resources, the adult resources that we have with our biliteracy instructional coaches, our bilingual teachers, bilingual paraeducators, et cetera. The rationale for the audit, again, this is a program that we're very proud of. When we look at the school district Beloit and where we're located in Rock County, there is not another district in Rock County that has a dual language immersion program. There are other school districts that offer ESL services or multilingual learner services, but none in Rock County offer dual language like we do. And best practice shows, research shows, that dual language immersion is one of the top ways to develop language proficiency for students who are learning a second language, in addition to offering students who want to learn a second language an opportunity to do so at a very high level. As we go through this audit process, we did some requests for proposals, and we contacted several agencies that support this kind of audit work. And we ended up landing on CISA 2, who is a local partner that we have worked with over the course of many years. And they do provide these services, and we it's to our benefit to have that collaborative opportunity with an agency that'll give us an objective review, but then also be here to support us as we move forward in our planning and visioning. And then lastly, anytime you do an audit or a review of this type, it is not just about hard quantitative data. We in the School District Beloit talk a lot about our ability to connect with our stakeholders in very real ways. And you don't do that just by sending them a survey. We have interviewed over 75 stakeholders throughout this process in just 2 short months. And the idea that we've been able to garner on the ground real feedback from families and from students and from administrators, teachers, everybody involved with the program, that's really going to help round out what this set of recommendations will look like when we come back to you in February. Project overview, these are just some of the essential questions that we're working through that CISA 2 and ourselves kind of partnered on that we thought would give us more of a holistic view of what the program is today, where we've come from, and then, of course, where we'd like to go over the next 5 to 10 years. Project timeline, as Teresa alluded to, we did start this work with them in October, early fall, and we meet with them bi-weekly, and sometimes it's a little bit more just depending on if they're getting ready for site visits, if there's some data collection that they're working on they need some support with. But really, when we look at that balance between qualitative and quantitative, they do kind of an artifact review. So we've sent all kinds of our curricular resources to them for them to kind of analyze the alignment between not only our English programming, but also our Spanish programming to make sure that it's at a level of rigor that we in the school district expect, and then also that it's having the outcomes that we intend for our learners. We show very productive, very good student outcomes for our Spanish language as students are coming out of our high school programs, approaching the seal of biliteracy, and we're working to really develop that same kind of rigor and outcome for our English programming for students who are learning a second language, which often takes a little bit longer when you may not have a strong language, native language to start with as far as your English. Other quantitative data, we're also looking at staffing and other resources that we have in the School District Beloit. Bilingual programming, bilingual licensing is a hard to fill position. And as we look at our resources, both material resources, our curriculum resources, but also human resources and the people that present these programs to our students, that is an overall kind of perspective that we're looking to have an objective review of as we go through this. As we look at what we've done so far, we have had site visits at just about every building in the district so far. There have been stakeholder group interviews both during the school day and in the evenings with the staff from CISA 2, and they've done a fantastic job working with our biliteracy instructional coaches, our family advocates, to really help aggregate those stakeholder groups to make sure that we're able to access them and them access us to provide the feedback that we're looking for to continue to grow this program. We have sent, as I said, all the curriculum materials that we have for CISA to review just to make sure that, again, that it's standards-based, that it's high quality, and then we work with them to kind of analyze where the assessment data shows that those high-quality instructional materials are being leveraged and what opportunities there might be to even continue that growth further.
I just wanted to add with curriculum too, another point of pride for us is that when we landed on American Reading Company, those materials are both in English and Spanish. So our students that are in our classes and are receiving that instruction in Spanish have the same highly rated materials, which is really important because when you look at the dual language programs over the years, sometimes there isn't curriculum that's available, and they're oftentimes created in-house, and that leaves gaps. So we were really pleased that when we were looking for reading materials to adopt, this one, American Reading Company, as I've mentioned many times before, is highly rated on EdReport's a third-party reviewer. This also came in Spanish. And so some of those recommendations that were made by the state for highly rated materials that are grounded in the sciences of reading are not available in Spanish. So this was also just a win for us as far as right time, right place for an adoption, because now we have both the materials both in Spanish and in English.
Let's remember where I'm at here. And there's a list on the screen of the different stakeholder group interviews that we have conducted so far as a part of the audit. And again, we've talked to parents, students, administrators, teachers, and we're really looking forward as we complete this process to come back to the board in early February with recommendations from CISA 2 and their deep dive of all of these different qualitative and quantitative data points to really help us, as I said, kind of revision or vision for another 5 or 10 years worth of dual language immersion programming here in the district. And we're really looking at that from a continuous improvement perspective first. We want the program to continue to grow and get better, but we're also looking at it from a best practice perspective, and then also being able to maintain and sustain this program over the long haul. And I think that's really why this is coming at a great time for us. At this point, I'll entertain any questions if the board would like to ask any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Basco. Two things. Number one, we talk about Spanish being the major. There's also other dual language students in our district. How are they being addressed? And number two, as you've spoken, we've had a 10-year history. Mm-hmm. And we're talking about this year, and we don't know anything until February. What's our 10-year growth? I haven't been on the board, but I'm just saying every year we should see a progression of better things. So you could address those two things.
Sure. So those are great questions. So the growth in the program as far as dual language, just enrollment over time as we increase by grade levels has continued to grow. And part of that is our ELL or our Hispanic population has grown over the years, but also our language learner population has grown over the years. And so those two things kind of coincide. But from a data perspective, we show that students in dual language outperform students on forward and other metrics that are not in dual language. And we also have shown at the high school level, we take something called the APPLE. It's a national assessment, and it's the assessment in Spanish that is connected to students qualifying for what's called the Seal of Biliteracy, which is our capstone. So we hope that as students continue to matriculate through our dual language program, when they get to 11th and 12th grade, they'll take that assessment, and that will qualify them based on either being intermediate high or advanced low for the Seal of Biliteracy with some other criteria. But we, compared to national data on that assessment, are outperforming other school districts, other students that are taking it nationally. So our Spanish language program is creating a rigorous opportunity where students are developing that Spanish language proficiency. And as we can see on our forward exam and some of that other data, from a programmatic perspective, those students are performing well as also. Does that answer your question, Mr. Hankins?
Yes.
Okay.
And the other question about the other languages that aren't
Yes,
Spanish.
no, thank you. We do have, it fluctuates between about 14 to 16 languages spoken in the school district, from Arabic to Russian, just many different languages. And as Ms. Moratek talked about, if your cell size for that group, that particular language, is less than 10, they don't get reported to the state. And so we don't see those students by language, but they're included in our ELL data. They have access to our dual language program just like anybody else. But the cell sizes are typically very small. And in some instances, take Hmong, for instance. We as a district do not have Hmong language resources in the school district. And typically those numbers, as I said, are less than 10. So we typically will contract or consult with another agency to provide some of that language support that we just don't have access to in the district. And we typically do that with SWITS out of Delavan. And they'll help with conferencing, with educational planning, those kinds of things, building that relationship with the families until we can help the students become English proficient, which typically, especially if they start young, happens fairly quickly.
That's excellent. Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. President Johnson?
Thank you, Chairman Schneider. Mr. Bosco, I'm wondering, in moving forward with this program, there have been different thoughts bounced around out there and different concerns, Yeah.
Sure. Sure.
Unfortunately, as a board member, we rarely get people just calling us saying, hey, this is going great.
Right.
But sometimes
Sure.
they will call and
Sure.
voice some concerns. And I've heard some concerns regarding our dual language program, in part because of the staffing issue
Yeah.
and understanding that this is not particular to school district of Beloit,
Right.
but an issue that anyone is trying to do such a wonderful program is facing. Have you guys discussed what might be a good solution, and whether it's having a standalone building that is dual language, or maybe combining more schools in terms of the DLI program?
As you said, Board President Johnson, we get all kinds of suggestions about what might shape the program best going into the future, but that's really the point of the audit. Right? We're hoping truly that will help us kind of land on a place that is objective, because I don't want anybody in the district this is not TLE's, this is really an outside third party doing this review for us to be as objective as possible. And then when we come to the point where we're ready to bring recommendations, there might be a recommendation like that if we condensed into a dual language school or a magnet or something like that, that might be best for the program. Staffing is an incredible challenge. And we've also looked at where can we, and I've been meeting with Ms. Almendares about how we can recruit, in a way that's strategic, and what things we can do to recruit teachers to the schools of Beloit that have that licensure, or what we can do to recruit teachers that may not have that licensure, but we have the resources to help them get that licensure. So I think there are a lot of things that we've been doing and will continue to do. But that question that you had is really what we're waiting to kind of ascertain from the audit process.
And the reason I'm asking tonight, and I understand the audit process, that we'll hear this again in
February, right?
But by that time, we will have an established referendum question.
Okay.
And if there are costs necessary that maybe we might want to include in a referendum request, will we be able to have that consideration prior to January?
I think that's a great question. When we presented the state report card data, there was some things in there about recommendations. So some things that we were connecting to was hard to fill positions like pipelines and how we are doing recruitment efforts, right? Those things take resources. And if we're going to build pipelines and pay for people, like we sometimes have bilingual paraeducators that would make fabulous teachers. So how are we supporting them and bridging them and giving them an opportunity to become licensed teachers? So those are the types of things that we've been thinking about. I also think it's really important that we do this work and we do it with diligence, because we can't, this isn't a knee-jerk reaction, this isn't a reactive, I got a phone call today, we're gonna, forget the 6 schools that have DLI, we're all just gonna go to one building. And the reason why is there's a lot of policy that's involved in that. And so we have to think about, when you realign schools and you move kids into schools, that you're not discriminating, that you're leaving choice. If you only have a certain number of seats, how you're doing that policy. So there's all kinds of things to think about, and we want to mitigate the unintended consequences, that could potentially do more harm than good. And so that's why we're working with people that are experts in this. They are our thought partners, and we surfaced all of that right away. When you go to interview people, you're going to hear about vacancies, because we know that's been a concern. So it certainly isn't an approach of ostrich in the sand. This is an approach of eyes and ears are wide open, and we're trying to learn from them. And they conducted 75 interviews with people and stakeholders to really hear about what are the challenges in this program, and also what are the assets, right? This is a beautiful program. 50-50 dual language immersion is something that's expanded over the state, and not a lot of districts have the seal of biliteracy as a capstone for their seniors. So there's things to celebrate as well. The other piece of that I'll just add is that we do have other things on the agenda tonight, is we have to remember Tony Bosco was using the word cell. It's really, in the statute, is the threshold. When we meet the threshold of a population, we are by law required to provide services. So we have to think about how we're going to, right? Like you could say, we're not doing this, but let's just suggesting this. Let's just say no dual language, we'll just get rid of DLI. You still have to service the students by law. And so if we're not going to do it through our DLI service model, then how are we going to do it? And we still have to hire staff, and we still have to find resources to do that.
So also,
Okay, Dr. Garrison?
thank you. So I'll just piggyback on your question as it pertains to the referendum. Some of this could be housed in a much greater conversation with strategic planning down the road, because that gives us that space and time to kind of plan this out a little bit better. One of the things that we, of course, like Mrs. Mortek and Mrs. Bosco has mentioned, is that the process that we have to kind of follow so that we can land in a space that is consistent with, I hate to say it, but opening and closing a brand new program, especially if we're to move into a new building and move staff around. It'll probably feel a little bit different if that was wrapped into a strategic plan that'll give us time to plan it out, model it out, phase it in possibly as well, because there's of course, time frames in which we could actually say first through third would be the first year, third through fourth is the third. The second year. There's different models in which we can kind of use to so that we can do it, so we can build this the right way for the future. It's not saying it's not built currently right now. It's just saying that we need to make sure that we're building this the right way for what Beloit can handle for future conversations, especially since we all know that our largest growing population in the city is our Latinx and Hispanic population. So I know we have other things on the agenda, but I did want to make sure I shared that space.
And I just want to say, the DLI program is one that I've heard from people in other school districts around the state who have asked questions about how is it going and how are we doing this, and what are the results. And so I'm really looking forward to the results of the audit, so that we can begin to share some more information on how well we're doing to other school districts to do that. And one of the things that I've heard in some of the community conversations that we've had is when they talk about one of the strengths of the district, and they usually mention the DLI program as something that's really strong, not just for those who speak, their first language is another language, but even those whose first language is English, and how important that is to their development as a student as they go through the district. So I think it's a great program. I'm looking forward to the results of the audit. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Takes us to item 2B, Achievement Gap Reduction Update.
disconnect and then she'll bring hers on. Okay. All right, just switching here. So this is a annual occurrence for us. We come in front of the committee to give an update on the achievement gap reduction. The timeline of the state is a little bit off than the school's timeline, so sometimes it feels like this time of the year, why are we hearing about goals now? That sort of thing, and it just has always been shifted in the timeline in which we work with the state. But we will then provide an end of the year summary, either in a Friday update to the board in a memo or in a presentation mode. Kelly, Dr. Gorud has been handling a lot of the data for this work in her time that she's been in the school district of Beloit. And then we work together with the schools in thinking about what are the goals that we'll have for literacy and math. Achievement gap reduction funding is restricted funding that has to be used in our elementary schools to support them in their growth in grades K through 3. It expands in our K-5 buildings, but specifically that's where that comes from. Originally it came from what was called SAGE funding. I'll date myself, but it's been around for a while, and I honestly can't remember at the moment what the acronym stands for. But at that time, it was just strictly for reduced class sizes. And then over time, they expanded options for high leverage, evidence-based change, so you don't have to just use reduced class sizes. And so Kelly will go through those slides just to show where we're at and why we use instructional coaching as our first lever of approach. And then that second is to maintain our reduced class sizes. We have an update on the class sizes for grades K through 3. I just want to point out, often I was sitting next to board member Schneider last night in our community event, and oftentimes we hear about people saying, you know, we need smaller class sizes. And when you see this, I mean, honestly, in our grades K through 3, we do have small class sizes. We've maintained that. And in our 4 and 5, or even like when you compare that across the state, there's opportunity to talk about, you know, smaller class sizes in our secondary classrooms. Our current policy goes up to 30. But just to kind of put that out there, that idea, and you'll see the average class sizes in grades K through 3 in our district. We have done a good job maintaining small class sizes. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Okay. So we're here again to do what we call our fall report. As Ms. Moratek mentioned, the state's deadlines, especially this year, are a little bit off cycle for what we tend to think about as fall. But during this report, we typically report on where are we now, sort of our spring data from last year. So we kind of take a look back and think about where are we coming into the school year, and then we talk about where are we going. So we think about what are the goals that we set for ourselves at the beginning of the year and where are we headed. I did want to mention that we're going to be presenting tonight sort of a little differently than what we've done in the past with these AGR presentations, because we are in between cycles. So this presentation is the end of one grant cycle and the beginning of another grant cycle. So we did finish our 2020-2025 grant cycle, and the goals were really to think about proactively planning for the needs, so doing needs assessment, and then also making sure that our resources, our curriculum resources, were aligned to those needs and aligned to the state expectations and standards. We also, through that grant cycle, focused on instructional coaching and instructional moves to really move our instruction forward, high quality learning and high quality instructional materials. And then we spent a considerable amount of time during these last 5 years really thinking about how can we maximize the resources that we have, not just with AGR, but through our title funding as well. So we spent some time really aligning the goals of AGR with our ESSA goals so that we could create systems and structures that would allow us to really move learning forward. I was here at the very tail end of the previous AGR cycle, so the one that ended in 2020, and I can tell you that those systems were not very well aligned. We've done a much better job over the last 5 years of trying to bring some things into alignment and maximize the resources that we have. So as Ms. Moratek mentioned, AGR funding is based on an old model, but it is an updated model that allows districts to choose from 3 strategies. One is reduced class size. The 2 others are tutoring, one-to-one tutoring for students using licensed and certified teachers, or instructional coaching also using licensed teachers. Our district receives just under $3 million every year through these grants. The funding is allocated to schools on a per pupil basis, meaning the 6 elementary schools do not receive all of the same amount, but it does bring in quite a bit of money to support our schools and the work that we do. Primarily, those funds have been used to support instructional coaching and also to, where it's possible, hire teachers to reduce class sizes. And I say where possible because in some of our buildings that's possible, and in some of our buildings through space or just the configuration of the building, we just can't pack any more classrooms in. These funds are used for our K-5 buildings. They're designed to support K-3 education and closing of achievement gaps. During this report, we always like to show our average class size for our K-3 classrooms. So you can see for our youngest learners, our overall class size is about 20-1 this year. And it ranges at Merrill from about 16-1 up to Converse, where it's about 22-1. So we stay sort of 20 plus or minus a few for most of our classrooms. The district selects instructional coaching as our primary strategy. It is not the only strategy that we select, but it is our primary one. And the reason why we use instructional coaching as our primary strategy is because coaching is a research-based practice that has shown to really help districts implement high-quality resources with fidelity. We've shared this slide a few times in the past. I'm not going to go too far into the depths, but when you're thinking about change in schools, there are certain drivers that really can support positive change and growth within schools. Some of them are systems and structures kinds of things that you put in place. Some of them have to do with leadership and decision making and how we approach both technical and adaptive kinds of problems. But the third one is really about how do we build our people? How do we build competency within our schools? And so they call those competency drivers. And with those drivers, you have to think about what are the materials that we're using? How accessible are they to our teachers? How does the training, that initial training, so that they can access and use those materials going? And then what do we do to really help them day to day in the classroom implement those materials with fidelity? And that's where coaching comes in. DPI recently put out a report about coaching and the impact of coaching on the state of Wisconsin, and it's pretty profound. The reasons why coaching tends to work is because it really leans in on supporting teachers developing credibility with their craft so they feel confident and they know what they're trying to do, clarifying their learning objectives and their goals for the day. And also it helps because we use both individual and team coaching models. It really helps our teams then come together in their PLCs, in their grade level teams, and really think about how can we as a team drive learning? And we need our teachers to believe that they can positively impact learning. That's one of the biggest drivers of student growth, and that's one of the biggest successes of our coaching program. So our coaching vision is really to provide our teachers with job-embedded professional learning in the classroom. So while they're teaching, we have our coaches there to help support them. And we've shared our coaching vision in the past. But coaching has a strong potential to address inequities in the classroom with regard to student learning. Effective coaches build that capacity, like I just talked about. It helps us continuously improve, and it really helps us make sure that we're implementing the high-quality materials that we've purchased with fidelity so that our students get the positive outcomes of having those materials and using those materials. In addition, our coaches are not just indirect supporters of students. Our coaches also provide direct support to students through intervention and oftentimes through subbing and other kinds of services that they provide to their school. So our coaches become a very important part of the ecosystem of their school. I'll share a little bit about our previous year's AGR goals. And then I'm going to show some data from this last year, and then we'll talk a little bit about our current goals and where we're headed. So last year, when we set our goals, we were really thinking about growing, consistent with that previous cycle of the grant, growing our students both in literacy and math. And in literacy, we set the goal to increase from 31% to 55% based on some benchmark scores within that ERLA. The ERLA is the independent reading of literacy, right, learning?
Independent reading level assessment.
Oh, level, I knew, the L always gets me. Independent reading leveled assessment. And it's an assessment that's embedded within our ARC materials, our core curriculum materials. In math, we've been working on trying to get our students to perform at least at the 50% threshold on a district-developed, standard-aligned assessment that we've been using for about 4 years now. And so again, we were trying, last year's goal was to get half of our students to be able to meet half of those standards. That's actually, it doesn't sound like much, but this has been a big growth for us in math. And our emphasis was really on supporting third grade. We want to see our third graders be successful so that they can become much more independent in their mathematical skills as they move towards upper elementary and middle school. So I'm happy to say that our data really showed last year that we continue to move in the right direction. So you can see that top box shows for each school at each grade level if the grade level met the literacy and the math goals. And if I could go back a couple years in this presentation, you would see similar charts like this where we had a lot more red on the screen. We continue to make growth. Many of our classrooms are meeting the goals that we set year over year. And this is also starting to show now as we look at, again, those goals at the end of our grant cycle, and we were looking from spring to spring to spring, we can see that each spring in both math and literacy, our scores are starting to trend upward. So this is positive news. We really put in place some goals that were grade level and standard aligned, and that's moving us in a positive direction. Anything you want to add before I move? No. Okay. So, reflection from last year. We had 3 schools that met both their math and literacy goals. This was great news. We have 3 schools that didn't meet those goals, but only missed at one grade level in one subject. And so our schools are doing some really tremendous work, some very hard work to help our students move to those grade level expectations. Our grade level data, as I said, continues to trend upward overall. Again, all the goals were set against grade level standards, grade level expectations. This was our big shift in the last 5-year cycle. Previous to this, the goals were always written on growth, and if our students were performing below grade level, that meant some of our goals were below grade level. Our state report cards are starting to confirm. We're starting to see that come out in both MAP and forward data, and our instructional coaching continues to support the implementation of our high-quality instructional materials. Now, things that we're paying attention to as we move forward. Third grade goals were not met in 2 of the 6 schools for literacy. So we have a particular focus on, again, supporting those third graders as they move towards upper elementary. We want to maintain a sense of urgency for both math and literacy as we start this new AGR cycle. We cannot take our foot off the accelerator because, again, we've moved towards grade level expectations, but we need to raise the bar, and you're going to see that in our next level goals. And the acceleration and growth that we've seen typically happens at its highest rate in the first half of the year and then slows a little bit in the spring. And so that's another pattern that we're paying attention to, is we want to see the same amount of growth in the fall as we do in the spring. Okay, for our current year, I'm going to let Mr. Bosco talk about the literacy goals.
So as Dr. Gerrud alluded to, with our adoption of ARC several years ago, we've really been able to monitor more closely student achievement from a progressive perspective rather than just looking at the forward, which happens one time a year, or some of those kinds of assessments. And so as we look at our year-over-year growth goals, that grade level benchmark, we're really looking to identify where students end in the spring of the previous year and where we're looking for them to get the spring of the following year. We call that an aim statement on the English side, but as you can see, we're looking to go from 36% proficient on the grade level benchmark, which would be that ERLA in third grade at the end of last year, to 41% for this year coming up. One other interesting thing, just to go back for a sec about the achievement for those 2 third grade groups that did not meet the district benchmark, they did, I believe, meet forward benchmarks for those 2 grade levels for the 23-24 school year at Converse and Gaston. So we did have school report card data that was productive and showed great gains for that perspective. So we are over time trying to align those systems between the forward exam and the internal benchmarks that we have here in the school district below you.
Yep. And then in math for our upcoming cycle, again, we're expecting to see 5% growth per year, but this time in the number of students who are meeting 75% of that benchmark or more. So this is where I said we're raising the bar, because we have students that are performing pretty well on that benchmark, getting about half or a little more than half correct. It's time for us to push a little bit harder and press so that they can be more successful. So for the upcoming year, we're hoping to move from 24% to 30% of students that can achieve 75% or more of that benchmark across K-3. And then we like to talk a little bit about our focus as we wrap up. And so again, we're going to continue to think about that fidelity and how our coaching can support the high quality instructional materials, making sure that we're standard and aligned so that students have grade level expectations, making sure that our professional learning is tightly tied to the curriculum resources. And then again, continuing to do the adaptive kind of instruction, individualized instruction where it's needed to support both students in their learning and teachers in their practice in the classroom. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Mr. Hankins.
Yes, Mr. Bosco, if I can go back to DLI in the audit.
Okay.
And you said CESA 2 does your audit for that? Have they do this historically so you can get a year to year to year progression, or do you?
Yeah. No,
Is it every year something different?
They'll do an analysis of growth over time within the audit process, but typically you only do audits like as kind of big kind of dips into the system, so to speak, to review. We do a lot of internal review of our data year over year. But this audit is a little more holistic, as I said during the other presentation. So I understand what you're after. So you're looking for more year-over-year DLI
Yeah,
data?
I mean, how you can see how you're progressing.
Sure. Yep, we have that data, absolutely.
Okay. And then going back to what we're just talking about, specifically, when you had the 2 grades or 2 schools that weren't up to bar, what do you do to get them up to the bar? What do you mean? I mean, how do you, I'm just, for a layman,
Sure.
how do you get those classes up? Talk about the learning. Specifically.
Yeah, well, I think this last slide touches on some of that. We're trying to match those high-quality instructional materials with best practice on the part of teachers. And so where does that coaching model support the fidelity of the implementation of the resource as it's designed? Because a lot of these resources that we use have a lot of high-level research behind them, have been vetted nationally. And so I think that's one big thing. And then we also are building some systems internally so that our building leadership teams, instructional leadership teams, are going into classrooms and observing practice, giving teachers feedback on that practice, and then using that as another opportunity, as Dr. Garrison likes to say, about continually improving that implementation, that fidelity approach to implementation of those curricular resources.
The only thing I was going to add, thank you, Tony, is that when you look at high-quality professional learning and development, some of the indicators of that, and I remember I used it on a different slide deck that we presented at, that we have in place is that embedded professional learning. So kind of an antiquated practice would be what we call episodic PD. A teacher goes to something one time and they sit there for 45 minutes and it's a sit and get, and then the application to that is very minimal, right? Transferring that to the classroom. Less than 5%, that's right. So when you have coaching, it helps to move that, and then even more so, now you've gone to a training, let's say on American Reading Company materials. You've been doing your training on your Act 20 foundational skills through Cox Campus this school year. Now we're scheduling learning walks for literacy that involve the coach and the principal, the directors, myself, and we observe classrooms based on indicated like walkthrough tools. And then we're reflecting on that and what we saw and what we didn't see and where we can go from there. Ultimately, we're building capacity with that because what we want is the schools to be running those all on their own independently, right? And we're also moving into this year inviting teachers on those learning walks so that the teachers can get inside each other's classrooms, which doesn't happen enough in school districts generally. And I think I shared this at a different presentation, that in one of our schools, the teacher had said, I have worked in this district for almost like 20 years or 18 years and have never been in a walkthrough where I visited another teacher's classroom. We don't want that, right? We want teachers learning from each other. And so that's the other piece of this work.
Excellent, thank you. As a layman, the quicker that the people know, where their classes are, they can react to it and get it situated to the right thing. So excellent work, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? President Johnson.
Dr. Grorud, on slide 6, the one that says, why choose coaching? Where was that information from? Is that part of that DPI study you had mentioned?
No. These come, the table actually comes from John Hattie's research work. So those are the numbers that you're seeing there. Through a resource called Visible Learning. The other side actually comes from a resource on implementation science, which is about really implementing resources within schools and promoting positive change.
Okay, awesome. Could you send that information to the board members as well as the DPI study that you had
Absolutely.
referenced? And I'm curious then, what data do we have specific to the school district of Beloit for our coaching program?
So we have some data on the coaching cycles. We want to be careful about the data that we collect through coaching cycles because coaching is not an evaluative process and we don't want our teachers feeling evaluated. So we do keep a lot of that information confidential. We do have some information about which teachers have participated in particular, I can speak about math in coaching in math. And then we do a look year over year at how their classrooms are doing. Can I say that there's a super profound effect? Like I noticed there's a doubling or tripling of outcomes. I can't say that, but I do know that the teachers who have been participating year over year do see incremental growth. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And then, on slide 10, I think it was.
Board President, I was going to also add, the idea that we look at achievement holistically from a district perspective. When we look at our student achievement data, I think that's owned by everybody in the district, right? The amount of growth that we have made on student achievement just over the last 3-4 years is really kind of an accumulation of the efforts of many people, and coaches are right at the ground level working on that. So I just wanted to make that point.
I guess I'm just wondering if there is a better way to have a more specific metric to understand if this is effective, and that's something that we can discuss at a later time. It's just
Yeah.
something that I think might be useful.
I think what the state would say, because we have to get this approved by the state, is that they're setting aside funds for us to make change in our schools, and we have 3 options to pick from that the state is saying, one of those being coaching. So they're valuing coaching because they know the research and effective coaching. We're presenting back to them, and over time, we've demonstrated that we're meeting the AGR goals that we've set with DPI. And so that would be a link where we could say the high leverage our high lever that we've picked for change is coaching. So it's hard to make one direct correlation, right? Is it the materials? Is it the teacher? Is it the coaching? Is it the principal? Is it the engagement of the students? There's all of these nuances, so it's hard to make direct correlations. But this is pulled from John Hattie's meta-analysis of effect sizes. And so when you look at these at the bottom in research, as you know, many of you at the bench know, anything over a 0.4 is considered a larger effect size. Collective efficacy has a significant effect size when you look at it. That's what a 1.5 is. So we're just gathering kind of all of this evidence-based research and pulling it together.
Correct. I completely understand that. And
Yeah.
again, I'd like to see something specific for the school district of Beloit.
Okay.
My next question is on slide 10, looking at the scores for the kindergartners and the second graders, they seem to be outperforming our first and third graders. Any insight on why that may be?
Sure. I can speak for math. I'll let you speak for literacy. I mean, I can speak very clearly for kindergarten. A lot of our students, when they come to kindergarten, are actually well prepared for that first assessment. The standards for kindergarten are set, around counting to 20. Adding and subtracting within 20. They're pretty good at that kind of stuff when they come in. It gets harder for them when they start adding and subtracting double-digit numbers and having to regroup and stuff, and that's what we start to see in second and third grade.
I would, and the kindergarten, first grade, entering school and learning, the language of school and those kinds of things, I think that, and then our staff learning, getting to know their students and what exactly we need to address in terms of what they're coming to school prepared to do from a literacy perspective. The more we spend time with students and understand their, and Ms. Moratek alluded to it, how we can dig into their really minute literacy skill needs based on some of these assessments that we're doing really will help that growth take off over the course of several years. And so it's not surprising to see that in second and third grade be a little different than kindergarten and first on the literacy side either.
Dr. Garrison?
So one of the things when we're thinking about like growth and over time, I always like to say this, kids come to us, 4 years old, and then all of a sudden they turn 5, and we want to see growth happen in that year. And then of course they turn 6, we want to see growth happen in that year. And so that year-over-year growth is something that we are still going to be focused on here in the school district, which is I know it wasn't a point that was directly stated, but it's something I want to make sure that we are mindful of. I think sometimes we also know that even after school is over, our students are still learning, right? And that's another point that we want to bring into attention of all, that hears this conversation. The achievement gap reduction, I always feel like there's a space where we get caught in a lull where there's growth happening, then it's like you don't feel like the kids are growing as fast as we want them to grow. And so we still want to, see that accelerated growth over time, and that's something that's real important to me, and of course I know it's important to the staff as well. So thank you all for your report, and I'll turn back over to Mr. Steiner.
Again, thank you for your report, and I like the fact that we're using benchmarks that are separate from what DPI uses, so that we have consistent data over time where the levels aren't changing on us, so we can get some accurate growth on it. So good work, and keep it up, and we'll go forward. Okay, that takes us to item 2C, new course proposals.
We're gonna do this fast.
Okay, I'll just speak while we're switching over. So this will be our first lap, and in our typical cadence, we'll come back and then ask for that evening to go to the consent agenda next month. And so we have Jeff and Kelly here with Betsy. These are some BLA course proposals. BLA is on a little bit of a different schedule for selecting courses. So these are for term 4. However, they've done a lot of back work with the teacher in preparation. So they'll do the proposal and then we'll come back again for the recommendation for consent. Thank you.
And I know we're running out of time, so we're going to do this quickly. We are here to kind of talk about 2 courses, and we're gonna share the Part A's and the Part B's. The course proposals are Part A for this one and Part B for the next one. So the 2 courses, the first course is Electricity and Magnetism. This is a course that BLA would like to start offering. They've offered a different course in the past that's sort of similar. But this course would actually move us to align the curriculum more tightly with what the high school down the street, BMHS, offers as well, and move to using a high-quality instructional resource called OpenSciEd, which is an open educational resource. So the first part of this course, would really focus on how can we design reliable electrical systems that communities need for their energy needs. And so it really takes students through a process of thinking about energy transfer, what are reliable sources, how do you scale, how do you think about engineering trade-offs and all of those kinds of things. And then you can see the variety of standards that are included here include physical science, engineering, and tech standards throughout the unit, or throughout this particular course. The second part of the course expands and uses a different part of the OpenSciEd curriculum from their physics component to really think about how do we use radiation within our lives. And so it talks a little bit more, or it goes into a little bit more, some learning about wave behavior, wave and photon models for electromagnetic radiation, and then how to really evaluate EM radiation to think about the radiation that we have in our lives, like 5G, right? Technology. So thinking about technology safety for humans. And again, it touches on physical science standards at the high school level, and then some additional standards as supporting. Our second course is Forensic Science. This first part of the course is actually already offered through BLA. The Forensic Science course uses a computer simulation model where students are actually taken into a historical crime scene and they're actually trying to solve a cold case. So they get real sort of evidence, and they have to go through the process of trying to draw a conclusion about the evidence that they have. So in the first part of the course, they really think about mapping, thinking about the history, and then they do forensic science around fingerprinting, blood typing, and looking at DNA fragments. And then they do some research as well. And again, tied to the engineering and tech standards from NGSS. In the second part of the course, the part of the course that is being proposed now, the BLA would like to take this course a little bit further to go deeper with some of that analysis. And so they'd like to focus on some measurement practices for students, really thinking about physical evidence and microscopic evidence in a way that they haven't been able to before, and thinking about patterns, which is one of the cross-cutting concepts in the NGSS standards. And then they compile all of that evidence to determine who prime suspects would be within this case. All right. So those are the 2 courses. Anything you want to add?
So again, just to clarify, Forensic Science A is a class we already have. So the proposal that we're asking for new is Forensic Science Part B or Part 2. The Electricity and Magnetism, we're already foreshadowing. We're asking for approval for, or recommendation for the Electricity and Magnetism Part 1. Part 2 will be coming down the future for that.
That's it.
Any questions? Mr. Hankins?
What's the participation in these programs?
We always have at least 20 or more students who are interested in these classes, so.
Okay, Dr. Garrison?
Well, anytime the students, well, I say students and staff bring courses to the conversation, I think it's very important that, we recognize the work that happened behind the scenes. And so thank you to the work that happened behind the scenes. I know that this is our first time hearing as a committee, and we'll bring this information back for a vote at the next conversation. And so in between time, I always say there may be questions that may pop up in your brain over the holiday season. And if you have those thoughts, please feel free to share those with the team members that are here or myself.
Great. And thank you for the proposals. I think they're both exciting. I like the electricity and magnetism as we look at energy transmission, as we start looking at alternative energies. It's going to be changed the way that looks. And a lot of what you're talking about in this course fits directly into that career field. And forensic science is
Fun.
something that it's fun, but very definitely critical thinking skills are very highly needed, necessary for that. So thank you for the presentation. We look forward to hearing them again next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to item 2D, our next meeting date discussion. I know in January, the traditional meeting date is the third Tuesday, but that's also the first date of the state school board conference. At which point I will be at that conference on that date. Mr. Hankin, are you planning on attending the conference, or?
Yes, I was, sir.
Okay. So could we move the meeting up a week?
I would be very willing to do that.
Okay. Okay, and that I think would work. Right. Okay. So we will do that. So our next meeting date will then be a week earlier. It will be January 14th at 5 o'clock. So our next meeting tentatively will be on January 14th. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
I second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned at 6:03.
Hey, Kim. Yes. Oh.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order at 6:06 the Tuesday, December 17th regular board meeting. Ms. Schultz, may I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Megan Miller. I think she still is supposed to be joining us. Tom Hankins.
Here.
Brian Anderson is unable to be here this evening. Brian Nichols.
Here.
Amy Levy.
Here.
And Greg Schneider.
Present.
And Tia Johnson.
Here.
All board members are present then, except Brian Anderson, and Megan Miller will be joining later.
Thank you. Can I get an approval of the agenda?
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Tom Hankins. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Tonight, we have the privilege of having Principal Leah Malat and Assistant Principal Benji Klett from Converse Elementary to introduce tonight's leaders for the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, we brought two of the nicest fourth graders in all of Beloit, Wisconsin. So they are spectacular students and just wonderful human beings.
We have Elijah and we have Vincent, and they are from Converse School. Elijah, do you want to say what your favorite thing about school is?
My favorite thing about school is that we get to have all the fun with the teachers.
Okay. And Vincent, what is your favorite thing about school?
My favorite thing about school is everything.
Everything. All right. All right. Okay, and these two young men are going to lead us in the pledge tonight.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Nice job, guys. Nice job. Good job. You can do this.
Thank you so much. Next agenda item is the board president report. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight during this most wonderful time of year. Yeah, you know it. Since our last regular board meeting, the district has held two referendum listening sessions, one on Saturday, December 7th at the Colac Center and another last night at the Beloit Public Library. Both were well attended by community members and staff. We appreciate the continued discussion and feedback regarding referendum questions, the needs of the district, and the prioritization of these budgetary items. Dr. Earhart has compiled the evaluation of these sessions and of the first session, and it is in this packet that he has left on your desk. Beloit can be proud of the people that care enough about our schools to take time during this busy season to contribute to making this a better district for all in terms of what will be reflected as our priorities in this referendum. Thank you, everyone. We all really appreciate your time and dedication. Last Wednesday, Board Member Miller reached out to me to discuss a conversation she had with a community member who is also a member of the ad hoc committee. They concluded that presenting the public and staff with a more unified vision of the district's direction would be beneficial as we develop referendum messaging and long-term district planning. The original draft by Ms. Miller was sent to the board 5 days ago on December 12th. At At the time of agenda posting, I had not received any responses. If this is to be a unified collective statement, I want to ensure each board member has had ample time to reflect on and contribute to this board resolution. Please take time over the next couple weeks to do so. Send your suggestions, thoughts, and edits to the board secretary, Michelle Shope, by Monday, December 30th, so she may compile the board's suggestions. Time permitting, it may be an action item then for the next regular board meeting. Yesterday evening, Board Clerk Hankins and I attended the Governor Evers' virtual budget listening session. Several people across the state attended to voice their concerns and desires for consideration in the next budget. Many of these were school district and child-oriented. Some requests were to have statewide free breakfasts in public schools, improve the daycare and early child care system, and provide an increase to cover 90% of special education costs. I'd like to give a shout out to our awesome music departments who have been working hard this time of year. There have been many, and yet a few more wonderful music performances yet this week in our schools. Our staff and students have been working hard, and these efforts are obvious when you attend any of these wonderful music performances. We are very appreciative of the staff, students, and family that make this possible. In closing, stories of tragedy cut deep in our hearts and tear at the fiber that bonds family and community. One of those stories unfolded in our neighborhood yesterday in Madison at the Abundant Life Christian School. At times like this, we must remember that there are other stories we must not forget. Stories of love and faith and mercy and goodness. Remembering and telling these stories help us to heal, help us to go to bed with hope, and help us to wake tomorrow with promise. That concludes the President's report. Mr. Hankins, upcoming events and announcements.
Thank you very much, Board President Johnson. Good evening. The Board of Education wants to thank everyone who has attended the past two referendum sessions held on Saturday, December 7th, and again last night, Monday, December 16th. We appreciate your participation and feedback. Future board meeting dates include tomorrow night, Wednesday, December 18th at 5:30 p.m. for Policy Committee. Tuesday, January 7th will be the Business Operations and Finance, as well as our regular board meeting. Watch for other dates to be announced on board docs, as the board will likely be meeting as well on January 9th and 14th due to the following week being the State Education Convention. We wish to thank everyone a joyous and happy holiday season. We will see all of you back in January 2025. Thank you, and this ends tonight's announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Next, we have recognition. Dr. Garrison and Mr. Stenroos.
So I'm turning over to Mr. Stenroos. He will be presenting our recognition for today.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Yeah, I was looking at the green light, sorry. Thank you, Board. Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Again, I'm Jeff Stenroos, Director of Career Tech Ed and Alternative Education, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce and recognize our automotive instructor, Mr. Guy Olson. Guy started in the fall of 2022, so just a few years ago, after a school year where we did not have a teacher in the automotive program, save for a couple of courses that Blackhawk Tech helped us out with, and that also came the year after COVID. So we essentially had a program that was little to nothing. Guy is building the program up. This is his first group of level 3 students that he's had, and he's continually adjusting, monitoring the program, looking for improvements. He asks for a lot of feedback. How do we work with this? What do I need to do? He is the automotive expert. I just try to help support him. Guy is a ASE Master Automotive Technician, along with several other ASE certifications. We currently have one of 12 ASE certified high school programs in the state of Wisconsin. There are only 12 in the state of Wisconsin. Guy and I have worked from the summer through the fall and currently just finishing up our renewal of a 5-year ASE accreditation so we can continue to move forward with that. So he has provided lots of information, updated his curriculum, provided some guidance and information about the ASE certification process. His program is a simulated site-based program, which is a DPI recognition. When you see our state report card and it talks about work-based learning, that qualifies as a work-based learning opportunity because Guy runs his shop, except for his entry-level classes, as a working shop. Just last week, they worked on my truck. They worked and changed the oil, rotated tires, inspected the brakes. Guy has the students meet the customer, take down the information, write out the service order, do the work. Guy obviously inspects it, at least I hope he does, inspects it, and then the students take care of the rest of the pieces with it. So it truly is run like a shop, calling the parts store, making sure they order the pieces that are there. So he runs it like an operating shop. His goal is about 80-20, 80% in the shop, 20% in the classroom. He wants the students doing. And if you go up there, you will see students doing. Guy has also created a number of partnerships that we didn't have in the past, connecting with technical colleges in Illinois and Ohio, connections to the military, as he has a military background, the parts industry. We have somebody from Napa who sits on our advisory board. We have an advisory board that we do twice a year with that. And also expanding to Crete Trucking, a diesel program. Last year he secured a semi-day cab that was brought to our program to introduce diesel mechanics into the program. So Guy's continuing to go ahead and move things forward. And perhaps the biggest thing that I knew when I helped sit on the interview with Guy, I asked him the question off script. He was at a technical college before. Why do you want to come from a technical college to a high school program? And his answer was profound and simple. He says, because when I tell a student I want them to go get a Phillips screwdriver and they have to ask me, is that the plus or the minus? And they don't know, we need to get to students earlier. I knew Guy was a person I wanted for our programs. Perhaps the strongest piece of evidence and testimony to where Guy is at is over the 4 years prior to our school program, I found 14 students or 14 ASE certifications that had been earned over a 4-year period. This year alone, September, October, November, and December, Guy's had 16 ASE certifications earned and 8 NC3 certifications earned. So 24 certifications earned to this point. He's going to have the students take all 8 of the ASE certifications that are offered for the high school level. That is a very rare thing that happens in any high school program. He may have maybe one of the first that students earn all 8 certifications in ASE program certification. So that is a testimony to the program that Guy has built and developed in a short order. And again, I'm looking for bigger and better things from him. And so I'm not sure we can get too much better, but we can get bigger, Guy. So I want to read this to you. Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is presented to Guy Olson in recognition of his remarkable success as an educator, outstanding contributions to the BMHS automotive program, dedication in building meaningful relationships with students, and his leadership in guiding students to earn increasing numbers of certifications to become career ready. Guy Olson, I'd like to present you with this award of certification or appreciation. Thank you.
Guy, when I first met Mr. Olson, I walked into the shop and he said, "Welcome, Dr. Garrison," of course. And of course, the kids were at work already, and he doesn't remember this maybe, but I do. And I was just amazed that the kids were doing the jobs that they were set out to do. And God was just able to have a conversation with me as I knew the kids were doing the job that they set out to do. I think at the time they were tearing off a front bumper or something to that nature. I later had additional conversations with, the team, and God's not the one for, I shouldn't say not the one for many words, but he silently does what he's supposed to do without asking for recognition. And that is a very unique qualification that I think goes without saying. And so again, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Olson, for all the work that you've done for the school district of Beloit. You don't have to say much, you don't have to say anything, but I just want to make sure you know that from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for taking so many of our students through many ASC certifications. I mean, it's hard enough to get 1 or 2, right? Maybe even 3. But your students have gone above and beyond with your leadership there. And so again, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison, Mr. Stenrose, and thank you so much for what you do for our students. We really appreciate everything you're doing. Ms. Shope, are there any public comments tonight?
Yes, I have 1 email and 3 public comments here in the room.
Thank you. Let's get started with the ones here in the room.
Okay.
And while you're getting that ready, I will read the norms for public comments during board meetings. Members of the public are welcome to attend all open meetings of the Board of Education. Individuals attending board meetings are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and courteous manner that models appropriate behavior for our students. Individuals wishing to comment are expected to comply with the norms found on the back of your comment cards and in Board Policy 187, Public Participation at Board Meetings. We ask that each of you contribute to maintaining a respectful and orderly meeting and prevent discussing confidential matters in a public forum by following these norms for public comments during board meetings. Thank you for your participation and courtesy. Ms. Shope?
Our first speaker is Juan.
Good evening. Juan Romero, parent of a student here in the district. The meeting last night at the library, there were some really good ideas that came about, and I truly hope that the board will listen and work to implement some of the things that I brought up, or the things that got brought up, not just by myself. Of everything that was said, there are a few things that stuck out to me as a constant theme. As we all know, the tragedy at the Abundant Life Christian School yesterday in Madison, my prayers go out to all of the victims, families, and communities that were involved. It's very, it hits hard. Incidents like these make me as a parent question if we are really doing enough. Fear is real, and it's a real huge barrier in learning. Fear from the parents sending their kids to school can really and will hinder student achievement. Once a child senses that fear from the parents, they also will have the fear of going to school. And how can someone learn with fear of personal safety looming over your head and your mind? Schools are supposed to be the safe place. Within the first few weeks of this school year here in Beloit, we had concerning incidents occur. My wife and I talked about it, and she was in contact with the district. She brought up the question of bringing metal detectors to assist with the safety in schools. My wife was informed that the cost was a concern, and it was taking too long to get the kids into classrooms, on top of not having sufficient staffing to man the detectors. We need to continue to explore this safety measure. Possibly applying for grants to cover a cost is an option. At last night's meeting, our group came up with a few other options that would help tighten up security and help promote a better learning environment for our kids to learn. I would implore the board to take all the suggestions from the public and put them on a higher list than they already might currently be. To that regard, I would also implore to the board to please be very cautious of what we do with the SRO program, as I feel it is an important part of these issues as well currently. If this can happen in Madison and other schools, it can happen here too. We're not the exception. By not being as proactive as we can be now with trying to find more ways to keep our students safe, we are cutting corners and putting our students and teachers at risk. Please do not sweep this issue under the rug. Please prioritize the student safety, and nothing is more important than that to all of us. This is a wake-up call for everybody. This must be a priority. We have to start improving now. We have to start caring about student safety today. I want the board to re-examine more SROs, metal detectors, student IDs, etc. Enforce the rules that require the students to wear their IDs on the lanyards at all times, as well as enforcing the current code of conduct. Yesterday's meeting involving public interaction, not just the public comments like here today, it was a good thing, and we really need to have more often and more regularly. Just remember, the public is attending these meetings, and the public wants to know that you are representatives, that you care and you're listening. Please make school safety your top priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle?
Next, we have Prisha.
Okay, good evening. I'm here to just bring the mention about discipline. You know, the community has been concerned about this for quite some time, and we still are concerned about it, especially things that happen like in Madison. So what I would like to mention is that in the classroom, you know, the discipline really starts oftentimes at a young age in the elementary schools. So oftentimes you see certain students that move from grade level to grade level and they're still having problems. Oftentimes those problems are because it stems from home. And children, when they're having discipline issues, they're usually reaching out. So there's signs that are happening in that classroom. And over time, it can often escalate if some of those issues that child is having, isn't addressed. So I'm just here to encourage the board to I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. But oh, okay. I'm just here to encourage the board to be aware of that, to really keep an eye on that discipline code, to encourage the teachers to look out for those children that are having discipline issues in their classrooms and see if there isn't something that can be addressed. They get some kind of counseling or support where they can express their reasons why they're acting out. It's important for all students, not only the child that's having a problem, but sometimes those little problems can be solved if they're addressed early on, or reach out into the community and see if there's agencies in the community that could help support that child and give that child some whatever that person needs. It'll make the environment in the classroom more productive. It'll make the children that are in that classroom feel safer to come to school, because it's very intimidating if you're a child that has not grown up in a family that has a lot of discipline issues, or a lot of like yelling in the household, and then they're in an environment where some of these things are happening in the classroom. It's scary for a child in the elementary level to experience that, and it doesn't make them feel safe or comfortable. So be aware of that. So I would like, the other thing too is I would like the board to be able to communicate to the community a little bit more and what things are being done to help improve the learning environment in the classrooms. I think that communication will be very, very important. I often think of a time and experience that I was in court, and the bailiff would not allow any talking in the courtroom because he said the judge cannot think. And so if somebody's, causing any kind of noise, not even really disruption, but they're asked to not be there so that everybody can hear, the judge can think, and a good environment can be there for a proper whatever's going to happen in that room. And I think, if we could only do that in a classroom to have the children paying attention, that teacher could be able to think and not worry about what's going on. So I just encourage that. And also, remember, you've got the phone system that you can communicate to your parents. And I encourage you to use the phone system more to get the messages out to the parents of what's going on in the meetings that are coming up, and encourage them to have that communication with you. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Michelle, our next one.
I have Susan.
Hi, I'm Susan Adams from Beloit. I want to make it clear that I'm speaking for myself, not for any other group. As a higher education administrator with a PhD in higher ed, I have had many leadership experiences. Tonight, I know that you are discussing hiring a board consultant, and yet I know the board district has financial difficulties, and I know that Dr. Kim Earhart has been volunteering work for free for 2 months as a consultant. That sounds like a very nice offer, but I understand that he is receiving mileage, some meals, and office space, just to name a few. So there have been expenses. How often has he met with the board? I don't see that he's met with the board more than once, but I'm not sure. I would have thought that in 2 free months, he would have met more often. I don't know why that is. In your discussion about hiring a consultant, I hope you will be answering 1, how much Dr. Earhart has received in benefits so far. 2, what is his role? From the list of activities that he's got in his PowerPoint, it seems to be much more than coaching, which could be very problematic. 3, why have you not even met with the consultant from Wisconsin Association of School Boards, which is supposed to be free in actuality? Please consider these points in your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the workshop we were planning on having was misposted, so we could not hold that. Thank you. Ms. Schultz?
Next, I just have the email. That was it for in the room. Good evening, members of the school board, superintendent, and community. I come before you as a private citizen and member of this community to address a deeply concerning issue regarding the conduct of our elected school board president during the last board meeting. Madam President, you used your platform to deliver what was labeled a president's report, yet the report itself did not highlight what you have accomplished for the district, the community initiatives you've attended, or any actionable outcomes tied to your leadership role. Instead, you delivered what could only be described as a presidential address specifically targeting a private citizen. Not only did you misuse your authority to address an individual because you have their personal contact information, both cell phone and email. This is unacceptable. Your actions stand in stark contradiction to the disclaimer you read at the beginning of the public comment session, a disclaimer that explicitly states the school board will not address or engage with public comments during the meeting, and yet that is exactly what you did. You chose to leverage your elected position and platform to address a private citizen in a public forum. In addition to your fellow board member, Mrs. Levy's use of the word gatekeeping at the table talk, by the way, you did not give the full context of how she used the word in your presidential report, but yet you talk about the private citizen misleading the public. What makes this even more troubling is that you attend NAACP meetings on the first Thursday of every month with this private citizen, of which both of you are members. If you had a personal concern or disagreement, why not raise it there within the context of the shared organization and its community-centered mission? You quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in your presidential report. That would have been the appropriate platform, not here in your capacity as the president of the school board. To make matters worse, you identified yourself not only as the school board president in your comments, but chose to highlight your racial identity as half black and half white. This introduction felt irrelevant and performative, especially in the context of addressing a social media post you repeatedly claimed to have no affiliation with or knowledge of. What's truly mind-blowing is the double standard at play here. If the former school board president, Sean Levy, or the parliamentarian, Amy Levy, had used their position and identified themselves as fully black and addressed the public in such a manner, the very page you claim no association with would have undoubtedly labeled their conduct as unprofessional and unbecoming of their positions. Yet, one of the administrators of that same page was present during your comments on December 3rd, 2024, and not a single post has called out your conduct. Madam President, your misuse of power and authority to address an issue you claim you don't even read or affiliate with is an abuse of your position. As an elected official, your role is to model the behavior you expect from others, board members, staff, students, and the superintendent included. If your actions are any reflection of what you deem acceptable leadership, then I suggest you reevaluate the standards you hold for the district. Finally, I must ask, is your behavior reflective of the privilege afforded to the white side of your identity that you referenced in your comments? Leadership is not a stage for self-serving theatrics. It is responsibility to uplift,
Thank
guide.
you, Ms. Shope. We're at time. Would you please forward that to me so that I can respond appropriately and correct the misstatements there?
Yep.
Thank you. Next up, we have our student board report. Anahi Arojo is our student board rep, and tonight she is going to highlight the current events and news from the high school and district, as well as bring forth any student concerns. Anahi?
Hello. So for my December report, I will start off with my perspective. I truly feel that we as a school, speaking of Beloit Memorial, have shown a lot of progress since the start of the school year. From my knowledge, when I wrote this report, I have not had any students reach out or share a concern they had regarding our school. Next, I would like to move on to student and staff highlights. So, a student named Lauren, a staff member wrote, she overcame her nervousness and she introduced the assembly in front of the whole school with confidence and grace. Next, we have the staff highlight, which is Miss Nicole Carroll. This staff member wrote, she comes in super early and is one of the first people in the building, making sure our school is covered. Students and staff come to her for support all the time. She does so much that goes unnoticed, so I would like to take a second to recognize her. Next, I have program highlight, which I am really excited about. There's a program gonna be starting called We're Here, which is a peer support group. Our previous student board representative, Connie, this was all her idea, and I was very honored to be asked to direct the program, which is coming to life and finishing up the last details with Miss Pels. So excited for that, and can't wait to get it started next month. Next, I have sport recognition. So for this month, I covered the girls basketball program, which I had the honor of speaking to Coach Delana Johnson about. So I had asked her 5 questions, and I'll read them off. How do you feel about the season so far? She says, I feel motivated and ready to take care of unfinished business. The next question was, what are you most excited about? She said, I am most excited about having a senior-led team. Player-led teams find the most success, so I'm excited to see my leaders lead this year. Her hopes, and I asked her what her hopes were for the season. She said, I pray for an injury-free season and for the program to get better every day. The next question was, what motivates you to be a coach? She said, the youth motivate me to be a coach. Helping young people reach their goals brings me true peace. Working for them is one of the greatest careers any human can aspire to have. And I asked her if she had any other comments, and she said, let's go Purple Knights, we are one. And last but not least, I have 2 great opportunities that I would like to highlight that are happening. So this Saturday, December 21st, there will be a HBCU experience and college fair at the Boys and Girls Club from 11 to 3:30 p.m., which I think is a really great opportunity and encourage everyone to attend. Next, the second opportunity is the tickets for the Martin Luther King Jr. Commemorative, sorry, I know I'm butchering that, breakfast. The tickets are now available for that. They are $30 each, or you can sponsor a table with 8 seats. For more information, please contact Miss Regina Hendricks. The breakfast I've attended twice, and they have been really amazing, so definitely encourage the community to get involved with that. And that is it for my report.
Thank you, Anahi. Next, we have the superintendent's report. Tonight, Dr. Garrison is providing an update on the Beloit Memorial Hall of Fame.
Yes, and so before I get started with that, I want to say first, we know that the tragedy that happened at the Abundant Life Christian School it did affect a lot of our staff members and, of course, families. And I would be remiss if we also didn't, if you wouldn't mind, take a moment of silence for those families. Thank you. I would also like to wish everyone a happy holidays in this season. Students, families, teachers, staff, administration, board, members of the community, and the Purple Knight family throughout the district. Happy holidays, of course, during this season. I hope everyone has a wonderful break, which starts next week, not this week yet, on Monday, December the 23rd through January the 6th. For students and staff, we will, of course, see the staff back on January the 3rd. I did have one additional announcement I want to make before I jump into the Hall of Fame. The jazz band is going to be participating at the WASB State Convention. That's a huge honor. Many districts apply to perform, and they will be performing at the Wisconsin State Convention, January the 23rd. And so I just want to make sure I brought that recognition to the community. I know that I kind of mentioned it before. It's official now because they also have sent us a generous check of about $500 to support getting our students there. The WASBO did do that, and so I want to thank the WASBO for sending that check. Additionally, they have been asked to open for Wynton Marsalis. I just got this information yesterday. Open for Wynton Marsalis at the, I want to get this right, sorry guys, give me a second. Lincoln Center Orchestra at the Overture Center in Madison, okay, on Wednesday, January 29th. So that just came to me, and I wanted to make sure I kind of share that information with the community at large. So I was asked to have a conversation in regards to the Hall of Fame, and so I wanted to kind of give a brief overview of kind of what that is here in our school district. The Fran Frusen helped start the Hall of Fame many years ago. The idea was actually branched out of the Multicultural Committee in 1991. As a committee, they wanted to identify and recognize former Beloit Memorial students who served as models of achievement and have made significant contributions in their career and communities. It was decided that they would honor a BMHS graduate each spring with an all-school induction assembly with a picture plaque, which would permanently be placed in the school's hallway of fame. The first Hall of Fame and recognition was made back in 1994. And so there, of course, have been many of these opportunities in the district. We did pause this opportunity at COVID, okay, as I understand it. When I was here, I'll be honest with you, I didn't know about the Hall of Fame, but that was something that was paused upon my arrival. So for over 6 years, that has been paused here in the district. I think it stopped in 2019. And so there's been a couple of opportunities in which we have not had that here in the school district. The Hall of Fame was established with the purpose, again, of identifying graduates of Memorial High School who have made significant contributions. Of course, they serve as role models of achievement for our current student body. And this, again, that plaque recognition was something that was done every spring. Nominations had to be put forth in December, with the deadline being December 15th. This is the background information that I wanted to make sure I went back and kind of did some history around it. That information was then shared with our alumni service team. We don't have an alumni service team currently in the school district, but they oversaw those recognitions into the Hall of Fame. Once accepted, of course, we had the ceremony at Beloit Memorial High School at a selected time in the spring. The candidates must have, of course, have graduated from the high school, be a member of the class that has been be a member of a class that has been graduated for at least 10 years, must have distinguished himself or herself in his or her chosen field in another area or in a different area. How can I say this? Let me slow down. They must have distinguished him or herself in a chosen field and in another area. I messed up right there, y'all. So in an area in which they, of course, choose. Must reflect honor to the BMHS through his or her personal or professional activities. Must show excellence and contribution of time, talents, and the likelihood of that and the benefit of to our community, such as through volunteer work, advancement in their profession. And so with that being said, that's just a general snapshot of kind of what the program was. We will want to start that back up here in the school district of Beloit. We had conversations about this a little bit in November as it was kind of brought to me. And then, of course, this was brought up again in the public comment. And I thought both myself and Mrs. Johnson thought it'd be appropriate that I, of course, share this information with you all as a community. We do want to bring that back. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for our school district. Our goal is to see if we can kind of bring that back here in the next school year. Not next school year, I'm sorry, this school year. And we are working to see how we can actually make that happen. More information will be shared with the general community as it pertains to us kind of getting this back started again, because I do believe we can. And so I want to share that with everyone as part of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrison. Next, we've got Dr. Earhart, the board consultant report.
Technology wonderful. Yeah, when it works, that's right.
Michelle, you want me to just?
Well, I've been in education long enough before all this technology, so I can just let her go, and I'll certainly start, because I know time is always important. Good evening, Board President, Dr. Garrison, Board. My name is Kim Earhart. I am the Board Consultant. And the first question I'd like to pose in front of you is like, well, what's a board consultant? I know this kind of came out of the blue. So I have 3 goals for this presentation tonight. The first one, again, is why a board consultant? Why should a board have a consultant? The second goal would be, what has the board consultant been doing for the last 2 months? It's mentioned before, I had volunteered my time for the last 2 months to do some discovery in the school district of Beloit, so I'll tell you about what I have been doing. And then I think the most important objective to tonight's presentation is, what is it that I can do to help the Board of Education and the unique challenges that exist here in the school district of Beloit. Now I do need the PowerPoint.
Michelle got it.
Okay, go to the slide, what movie is this, please? One more. Okay, everybody, take a look at this slide here. Does anyone remember what movie that is? Anybody? The Perfect Storm. That's The Perfect Storm. So when I kind of think of the challenges and the opportunities that exist here in the school district of Beloit, and especially for the board, I think it's accumulation of the perfect storm. So when I first was brought on board here, President Johnson directed some reasons for that. If we could look at the next slide. She said, we need some help in the following areas. These are the perfect storm issues that exist here in Beloit. 3 failed referendums that resulted in $11 million budget deficit, declining enrollments contrasted with increasing enrollments in our neighborhood schools. Out-of-district transfers continue to rise. Concerning student achievement, state report card designation of meets few expectations for consecutive years and the lowest state report card score in the state. Employment and staff retention issues, student discipline and behavior, and the perception of the Board of Education in the district with the public. All of these kinds of issues created the perfect storm for the district to deal with. So what I believe as a consultant is that the school district of Beloit's perfect storm is a unique challenge and an opportunity for the board to help lead the district change, grow, and improve and become this great school district. And we do that by making sure that status quo is not an option. What I'd like to talk with you again in this presentation is how to move from good to great. And I'd like to introduce 3 words that are part of that thinking process: the notion of change, how we move to challenge, and how we move to opportunity. Change, challenge, and opportunity are 3 words that I'd like for all of us to think about. So by doing that, we have to change the narrative. We have to change the narrative. We heard all of these kinds of problems that we're facing. So how do we change the narrative? How do we position our challenges differently? Next slide. So you've probably heard this before. Tony Robbins says, if you do what you've always done, you get what you've always got. So we certainly need new ideas, new solutions, a different approach to solving these interesting problems. So for an example, that would be the following. This is how I would kind of rephrase or re-energize those particular challenges and turn them into opportunities for the board. So for example, work strategically as a district and a community to pass the upcoming referendum that's coming to us in April of '25. Certainly to learn and plan from previous mistakes and plan and communicate differently to be successful in the referendum outcome. Again, this is how we would position our thinking and our goals with an opportunity lens. Second would be to create a sense of urgency in all our schools to raise student achievement performance so that the district improves 5 points and raises the report card score to meet expectations. This must be everyone's priority. And again, as we've heard in a previous board meeting, that is the goal for the school district of Beloit. Number 3 would be to intensely focus our intervention strategies in each school to reach the target growth of 3. Again, that's a metric that's been identified in our subpopulations, our disaggregated groups. That's the direction and that's the improvement score that we need to move to make sure that we meet that particular report card score goal. We want to reduce the number of out-of-district transfers. I just put a number here by 50%. And we would do that by better promoting and communicating the positive opportunities for students that are unique for the school district of Beloit. We also want to ensure that teachers can teach and all students can learn by raising both student and parent expectations for positive conduct and behavior at each school. And then finally, we want to improve the community perception of the board and school leadership through increased community engagement, through open and honest dialogue and acting on stakeholders' ideas, thoughts, and suggestions. So this is how we position our verbiage, our goals, our intent as we move forward. And again, the last two community engagement sessions have been perfect examples of how to do that, where we've had very positive responses from everybody. Next slide. So the strategy is that keywords at key times. So let's go back to that slide again, and let's look at some of the key words that were being emphasized. Can we put that in the whole, so we can see the whole slide? It might project better. Oh, okay. So some of the key words that I think are important to infuse in our work is strategically planning and communicating differently. The sense of urgency, and I did hear that tonight earlier in presentation. Intensely focus, better promote and communicate, ensure that all students can learn, and then improve the community perception. So these are key words at key times that as we move forward with the change process that would become part of our daily vocabulary and our work and our talking and our thinking as we do the work of the board. So the next slide, very good. So creating a focus on how we think, how we speak and act builds a culture of excellence. So that's part of some of the work that I would suggest and have been thinking about as I've been doing the first 2 months of my work in terms of discovery. I've been visiting, I've been going to all your board meetings, all the related kinds of events too. So as I can kind of understand exactly this current status of the school district of Beloit. Next slide. So then again, as I think about the role of a board consultant, perhaps the most significant and the most important role would be to coaching. Where I come from, the school district of Janesville, we always had a board consultant. For 20 years, there was always a board consultant. And I certainly saw how much the district, how much the school board certainly learned from that coach and that opportunity. So coaching is an important goal of what the consultant would do. We all know that education is a very unique animal. It has its own complexities. And as the Board of Education tries to figure out what all of those mean, the role of the coach, always in my past experience, has been very helpful. So coaching is an important goal of a consultant. The next one is expertise. Again, lots of unique things. You listen to the vocabulary alone could put you over the edge in terms of how we think about and how we make decisions and how we have informed practice. So someone who's had a lot of experience and background and has been through all the different kinds of unique challenges that that can be helpful to the board. And then again, all the experience. So experience, coaching, expertise, these are important qualities that a board consultant can give to the board as they go forth in their governance functions and leadership responsibilities. And I guess when I think of Beloit too, perhaps another important attribute or quality would be finding a common ground, Beloit has a very, very strong dynamic. There's people that are very, very interested, and citizens very interested in their school district and their excellence as well as the board. So finding a common ground so that we can all move forward. Okay, the next slide talks about some of the activities that I've been involved in. And so you just have a little bit of a progress report at this point. I've attended all the board meetings and related functions, the Beloit Civics Academy, and there's another meeting tomorrow. You have lots of meetings here in the school district of Beloit, so I've had an opportunity to be part of a lot of those things. I was able to lead an orientation meeting. I only had one scheduled, and so I was able to do that. And then certainly those people from the board who were not able to be part of that orientation meeting where they met me and kind of listened to some of my experience and backgrounds, I then completed individual follow-up meetings with each of those board members who could not attend. I also was involved with helping the board find a third vendor for the referendum. You know, I know your new policy requires 3, and you had 2. So I got on the phone and called up some of my colleagues, and we were able to get the Hadley Group, which is your third person, and then Hadley Group is your preferred vendor now for working with the referendum. So again, trying to use my contacts as my experiences to try and help in areas of need for the board. I've conducted individual meetings with executive directors, and I only have 1 left to go. So again, learning and hearing, and again, increasing my knowledge base about what's working and what are the areas of growth for the school district of Beloit. I was able to attend a cabinet meeting again and explain what my role and responsibility was there. I had the privilege of leading a table talk community meeting, and I developed then an evaluation form and compiled the data from the evaluation into a published document. I've done that before too. Certainly one of the things that I think is very important, and a recommendation I would make to the board, is that we measure things. Every time we do an activity, we have a measurement of it, so then it really helps inform what our future practice is. I have attended, again, the community engagement meetings and thought that they have been very well done and very well received by the public. There's an example in your packet tonight where I customized the form that is just a recommendation for how the board might proceed with action items. And the other thing, I teach at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. I'm teaching courses in education, so I'm always on the lookout for potential candidates for Beloit, and I was able to recommend a couple to the district, and also in the area of paraprofessionals. So I've given their names to principals and vice versa, so as we respond to that staffing problem. So I'm always on the lookout for if there's any way, based on a need that we have here for the school district of Beloit, how can I help? How can I use my experience? How can I use what I know and who I know to help everyone here? So the third area that I'd like to talk about tonight then is, what can I do for you? What can I do for you? How can I help? Again, my whole goal behind all of this was just to help the school district board. I've done some consultation work here in the district before, so I have some familiarity with it. And as I listened to the unique challenges, I thought, well, put my hat into it. How can I help? I've had some experience that I thought may have some value to you. So, specifically, next. President Johnson said she wants the school district of Beloit to be a destination school district. I think that's a wonderful vision for the district. So I agree with that too. And so what are some ways that we can make the school district of Beloit a destination school district? One of the things that I had a lot of experience in my time in the school district of Janesville was creating and working with this collaboratively, this journey to excellence, and how we completely reshaped the culture of our district, how the board and the district working together recreated the culture of the school district of Janesville, and how that was really important. And I know that the steps that we had taken there can be replicated here. And we skipped a slide there. Okay. So go to the next one, please. So then also, it's important, and you have a recently minted and developed strategic plan. Some of these ideas and suggestions can be used as catalysts and energizers to move the strategic plan forward. And really, all of this happened for us in Janesville with the work of Quint Studer. And everyone in Beloit here is aware of Quint Studer, his investment in the community. So as I approached this opportunity of working as a consultant here, I called Quint up, and I had several meetings with him. He's very interested. He's very interested in sharing his expertise, his background, his experience in excellent and organizational management to the work that we could do here too. So I've enlisted his support, and he is ready and willing to go. We did have one meeting with Quint, Board President Johnson, Mr. Garrison was there, and Mr. Chady were there, and he gave us some advice and some ideas about referendum. But Mr. Studer is willing and ready to help all of us replicate, again, some of those things that we did, the Journey to Excellence in Janesville for Beloit. Okay, how do we do all that? So this particular slide, and you have a copy of it right at your tables there too. This is the blueprint. This is the blueprint to excellence. This is the curriculum of change. This is the pedagogy that we had gone through, and some of us had looked at some of the books that go along with it. But these are really the 9 steps. And just very quickly, we commit to excellence. We make sure that we measure the important things. We build a culture around service. We care for everybody. We develop leaders to develop people. We focus on employee engagement. There's lots of staff surveys that go through this process, and we learn from each other, and we make sure that we're all working toward a common focus. A strong sense of accountability. What we say we're going to do, we do, and then we measure it, make sure that we stay focused. We align behaviors with goals and values. We communicate at all levels, and we recognize and reward success. When you have fidelity to these 9 steps, the kind of progress that we're looking for occurs. Also, along with that, within this pedagogy or this whole psychology of change is the notion of the improvement mindset. And next slide. So with that mindset, and perhaps again the most important thing, it's how we think about our work, how we think about what we do, how we think about how we make decisions, how we think about how we help students in the classroom. And we're always looking to go from good to great. We celebrate actions that are working, and then we make sure that we can replicate them in other places. So if one of the schools is doing really well with reading excellence, what are they doing that we could replicate elsewhere? So that whole looking for and celebrating positive examples. Decisions are made based on local data. It's not like, well, I feel this is good, and feelings are important too, but we always want to make sure that we can put that with data. And that's why the employee satisfaction surveys are good, to make sure that the board is making wise decisions based on the input that is local. We always change challenges into opportunities. We identify ways that problems can impede progress. No excuses are allowed. When we worked with Quint, he said, don't tell me an excuse. Figure out a way to take those challenges and make them opportunities for improvement. And then there is, again, a strong sense of accountability. We make sure that we say what we do. Next slide. Very good. So again, the whole system that I certainly would propose for future work would, again, being close about identifying our purpose. Our purpose is, we've heard over and over again, to accelerate student achievement. We have worthwhile work. We make sure we have the right strategy or approach or formula for success, and then we make the difference. The difference occurs. And again, some of the other materials that go along with staff development that works with that is hardwiring excellence in education. Again, this is a whole blueprint to how we make sure that we absolutely do what we say we're going to do. We make sure that those 9 steps become part of everything that we do. Fidelity to the process. We've heard that word before too. Then there's also always a strong focus on what our goals are. You know, probably the biggest problem in education, or one of them, is distractibility, because everybody's asking education in the schools to do everything. And they're all pretty worthy requests, aren't they? But when we say these are the 3 or 4 or 5 goals that we're really putting our attention on, this whole sense of focus, make sure that by the end of the year we really have achieved some things. And then I mentioned accountability. There's a strong emphasis on leadership. And in Quint Studer's work with us, perhaps the person that was most important, or the most important leader in this whole process, was building principles. Building principles were the leader that really made things happen. So in his whole experience, we're working in healthcare and education, getting the building principal to really leverage this model forward got the strongest results. Again, then the outcome of all of this is to accelerate achievement, accelerate performance. When you're doing all of these things correctly, you accelerate the outcomes. The whole process moves from good to better to best to great. And in particular, then, what this process will bring in terms of some summary sorts of statements is I believe that the role of a coach is very important for school boards, very important for district leadership. The adoption of an improvement mindset, that whole way of thinking is critical to hardwiring the kinds of goals and success that we want. We're all about accelerating student achievement and growth. That becomes the focus. And then we get there by using the 9 principles. So again, what I would propose, if we move forth with future work, is again, inviting the school district of Beloit to also go on a journey to excellence. And what does that achieve? So in our time with Janesville from 2008 to 2013, we were a school of recognition for 5 years in a row. And in 2013, there were 7 schools of recognition, 7 schools of promise. And that was the most that year that had ever occurred in the state of Wisconsin, other than Milwaukee, which has 1 million different schools. So it does get results. It measures by, again, your DPI report card score, all of those sorts of things. So if you enter into this journey, it has the potential to bring the kind of results I think that you're looking for. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for putting up with my technology challenges.
Thank you.
Dr. Earhart,
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. So I think this, the photograph that was up there, could you put that photograph back up there, Mrs. Beavers? Or did you lose it already? No, not the ship. The last one. Anyway, I think that's an incredible incredible achievement. Can you share with us where the school district of Janesville was prior to that and where they were after that?
The school district of Janesville is coming in below average. And their scores had always kind of been below average. And so then by the time of 2013, then we looked at comparables, the 10th largest school districts in the state of Wisconsin. That became our comparison group. And we were number 1, 2, and 3 during this time. After 2014, the school district discontinued the program. They had a change in superintendent, and everything kind of went in the other direction. And right now, they're kind of in a rebuilding position right now because their student achievement has dropped considerably from that point. So,
thank you.
Ms. Miller?
I think Ms. Levy had her hand up first.
I'm recognizing you.
Oh, sounds good. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Harrod. Thank you so much for the presentation. It was really helpful. I just had a couple of clarifying questions. So in your discovery, on the list of 9 principles, what were there any things that you noticed in the work that you've done in the past, like 60 or so days, that you feel are not reflected? And the reason that I ask that is, as both a former teacher and a parent and having been on the board, I'm not aware of anything that's on that list that's not currently happening. And I think in particular, what our district does a great job of, that I've seen, in these updates and things like that we get from our administration, is our reliance on multiple metrics of data, triangulating data all of our activities, whether it's academics, behavior, et cetera, has been a really key driver in the administration's work throughout different district leadership. So that was my first question. If you could speak to like, if you did notice a gap?
What this particular blueprint does is that it accelerates growth in all of those areas. So in my discovery, there is nothing that is currently occurring from my visit and my looking at the current status of the school district of Beloit that is in contradiction to this. But again, if you're looking to accelerate growth, when you look at your student achievement, all of this gets it moving faster. And certainly as you look at the opportunity gap that exists, this diminishes it significantly. The other part that is perhaps the strongest element is that with this particular process, every school gets behind it, and there's complete fidelity. And again, those of us in education know that that's always a challenge because everyone has kind of their own version of how they think it should be. When you adopt these principles, you get more of a common approach to moving forward. And that fidelity to the process is what happens in terms of getting the kind of results that we look for. So Beloit's completely open to all this. I mean, the foundation is all ready to go from my perspective. There's not anything getting in the way. It's primed to have this particular process move forward.
I appreciate that, and I wanted to clarify because you had made a comment during your presentation about making decisions based on feelings. So I just, like, for the record, wanted to clarify for anybody in the room or anybody who might be following along that that's really not a practice that occurs in the school district of Beloit and our leadership. So I appreciate you clarifying that. I guess my only other just point I wanted to make, I heard you talk about a number of things, and in reviewing your presentation prior to tonight, I noticed these as well. You talk about no excuses, like that's a huge part of like collective efficacy, right? John Hattie's work, which I'll say as a former employee of the school district of Beloit, is work that I was acclimated with and trained in as an employee of the school district of Beloit 15 years ago. I heard you talk about continuous improvement mindset, which when I see that, I think of Dr. DeFore, who is the former superintendent of my alma mater, Adelaide Stevenson High School, where I had the privilege as a staff member at Beloit Memorial High School to attend a site visit at Stevenson to get trained in PLCs. And I have people who have told me in the other school districts I've worked with that nobody PLCs like we do in Beloit. So that's always good to hear. So I wanted to just like kind of highlight that. And I guess lastly, you talked about just, giving students interventions that they needed. And one of the other trainings that I was privileged enough to have as an employee of the school district of Beloit was with Marcia Tate, the author of Worksheets Don't Grow Dendrites, which was part of a professional learning academy that was offered over the summer where other area school districts sent teachers for professional development. So I would say we have more than a foundation. I think that what I've seen as a board member, what I've experienced as a staff member, as a former staff member, and as a parent tells me that everything that you presented on, which I think is fantastic stuff, absolutely is alive and thriving and an area of focus. And I guess just my last point of clarification, and if you'd like to comment, is when you talk about clarity and every building getting behind it, we do have a strategic plan. It is sunsetting. It's not terribly new, right? It's sunsetting, and I'm excited to work with my colleagues here to redo that process so we can build on the successes and work on those opportunities as well. So all of the buildings have building improvement plans. In fact, as a parent, they're in my kids' newsletters that I get from their principals every week, and they say, here's our goal and here's what we're working on. All of those goals and all those building improvement plans align with that strategic plan. So I would just say, too, I think we've already got a pretty rich culture of buildings aligning around a clear, defined goal and getting behind it with each other. So I guess I just wanted to take this opportunity as you're showcasing the excellence that you've experienced to just point out that we very much have those practices here in the School District of Beloit, and I really appreciate you taking the time to share those.
Greg Schneider?
Just looking at slide 11 and 19, I hope I numbered them correctly. Slide 11 is a position on problems. As I read through that, it looks, to me more like a lot of those things are the role of, or things that are happening with the administration, and I know that they're working on those. Since you are hired actually as the board consultant or our board coach, I'm assuming that those are all the items that you will work with the board itself to understand and for the board to help determine ways to move us forward with that. And then also on slide 19, the activities completed. I know you've done the discovery, and I know we had a meeting scheduled, and due to a glitch in the system, we used to post agendas. It didn't get posted correctly. So that will get reposted. Hopefully we will learn about what you discovered during those meetings at that time, working with the board. But it just also a little cautious as I look at some of the other activities that you listed, which are actually duties that are done by administrators within the district or by staff within the district. And as a consultant for the board, you are working directly with the Board of Education, not directly with the administration or with the rest of the school district as such. Just so that while I appreciate any help we can get, finding staff is really, it's hard. We have open positions. We do like that, but just that the relationship is working with you as a coach and the board itself.
Right, but I really can't do my work in isolation of the rest of the enterprise and organization that goes on. So that's why you interact with the various components of the organization. But yeah, so that I can do the best job of informing and coaching you.
I don't know if she heard me. Is she still online? Ms. Levy?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Awesome. I have several questions. The first is similar to Greg's, but if I could get a little bit more in-depth. You mentioned that you attended cabinet meetings and explained your role, and I'm hopeful that you understand that the role of the board is to hire and supervise a superintendent, to approve an annual budget, to set policy, and to make expulsion determinations. And so I'm curious how comfortable you are with being referred to as a board consultant when you have not met with the board, but you are meeting with other groups in the district, and how you kind of resolve that. How are you a consultant when you have not met with the board?
I guess I believe that I have had that one session with the board. Again, not as much as I'd like, but again, the biggest focus at this time was discovery. So I believe if we intend to move forward, then I have the essential background knowledge to do the kind of coaching and the movement forward that I would need to have. So again, I need to discover what the organization's all about. And the cabinet meeting was at the invitation of Dr. Garrison.
And just to clarify, you mentioned that you led a Board of Education orientation. We never had a Board of Education orientation. So I'm wondering, are you referring to the meet and greet, which that was the label, but I would categorize that as a pitch meeting. So is that what you're referencing as the board orientation, the meet and greet that was held?
Correct, because I introduced some of the same content there. So that was a beginning orientation of the student work. We had a chance to look at the book that was provided, and then I had guests that were also part of the process that we had experienced in Janesville to, again, bring validation to our work. So it was a meet and greet, and we also got oriented to the potential kind of work I was suggesting for the school district of Beloit.
And speaking of Mr. Studer, I just wanted clarification. Is his offer to assist the district dependent on us working with you? Is this a package deal? Or does that offer stand absent working with you?
I don't think it's exclusive to me by any means. And as I understand it, he had made a previous offer before that apparently there wasn't any action taken with that. So, no, it would not be exclusively with me, but I certainly wanted to check in with him to see, knowing how important his role in the school district of Janesville for making our transformation, wanted to see if he would be available and interested in, and he's very much so. But it's not exclusive to me, no.
Thank you so much for that clarification. You also mentioned that you created a form to be used for board meetings to approve action items, and I believe you mentioned that it was attached. I am not finding that, and I'm wondering why, if a form was created to assist the board, why that form wasn't shared with the board, or am I missing that?
Yeah, it's in your board packet.
A physical copy that you provided this evening?
Yes, it's the one that looks at, I think it's from Tia Johnson. What's it titled? No.
Yeah, I don't think it's in this.
So it's the one that looks at continuation of a board consultant. You sent that.
Oh, yeah, that's attached to the, but that's a different agenda item.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, but
I mean,
it's in the board packet, so. So I just
Thank you.
gave her the outline and she used it, so to kind of try it out in terms of helping you with that decision.
Tom Hankins.
And then just a final couple questions. Thank you for your patience. You mentioned that you were looking for potential candidates to fill existing employment vacancies. And again, as a consultant to the board's function in this district is to hire and supervise a superintendent. And we approve additional staff, but we are not involved in the recruitment of staff. So I'm just wondering how comfortable you are with operating outside of your scope as a board consultant and getting into the affairs of the administration.
I guess as certainly working with the board as a consultant and hearing, all the time about the need, if I understand that there is an employment situation and I know of someone that is potentially available, I encourage them to apply.
Okay. So yeah, that's not something that I'm comfortable with as a board consultant. It seems as though your role has expanded to being a consultant for the administration, and that I would be more comfortable if the administration selected who they wanted to work with as a consultant. So I guess my final question under this agenda item is how many other boards have you worked with as a consultant?
This is really the first one where I've just worked with a board, other than my work in China. I worked for 3 years in China with board over there, and most of my other consulting work has been with schools, working directly with schools. It's the first time I have worked with a board, other than my work in China.
Thank you.
When you
Thank you,
worked
Ms.
in
Levy.
China, were you working with the
Ms.
school
Levy,
board?
we're moving, thank you. Tom Hankins has a question. I'd like for all board members to have an opportunity to ask their questions.
While they were asking questions, when actually my hand was the first one raised, and you called on several people before me.
Yes,
So I just wanted to
yes,
understand
you're
the
correct. I
dynamic
did.
of how
I
questions
addressed
were
the
getting
members that are here tonight first, and then the ones online. And in the interim,
It
Tom
would have been
Hankins has a
helpful if
question.
you explained
Thank you,
that
Ms. Levy.
process.
Tom,
Just
you
for
have the floor.
clarification, I'm not
Point of
able to
order.
finish asking questions. I'm being cut off for what reason?
You're being cut off because this is not the agenda item This is questions for his report.
And that's
Tom
what
Hankins.
I'm asking questions about. When you were working in China, were you working with a school board?
Dr. Gerhardt, I just want to say thank you very much. It's not so much a question, more of a comment. And I'm sorry that it is not a question. I think that you volunteered to come forward and without pay and gas mileage and meals and things like that, for you to come forward and try to help our district speaks volumes of your character. I think for us as a board to not even consider it or to dismiss it or to me, it's a turf war right now that some board members are looking at several turf issues. You're trying to collaborate our board, our admin, and our community, which someone from outside needs to come in and bring us all together. I applaud you for doing that. I ran that as a platform when I ran for council, or for the board, excuse me. And I applaud you for doing that. We do need to say that we don't need help. We're crazy, because we do need help. And to think we can do it on our own, we can't. It goes back to one of your slides. To keep doing what we're doing, we have seen it. Look at all of our metrics that we look at. Enrollment, people leaving, students leaving, our DPI report card. We need help. And to say we don't, we're not being very fair to our students and our community. So I applaud you, and I thank you, and I hope that you stay on it and help us get out of this. And I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Earhart. Our next agenda item is the WIAA Sports Conference realignment. This is Dr. Garrison with assistance from Dan Gratz, the athletic director. The purpose is every 2 years, the WIAA reviews and considers conference realignments. Currently, the district is in the Southern Lakes Conference. After review, WIAA has decided to leave the football realignment in the Southern Lakes Conference, which is proposed for the 26-27 school year. Additionally, all other sports would likely follow in the 27-28 school year. Dr. Garrison?
Yeah, so I wanted to bring this to the board because originally this was floated around as us possibly leaving the SLC as a recommendation by the WIAA Sports Commission. And upon further review by the WIAA, they decided to, of course, leave us in the Southern Lakes Conference and do a different proposal of a different team leaving the Southern Lakes Conference. I wanted to bring this to the board for your attention because this is a recurring conversations for every 2 years. With that being stated, typically when there's a realignment, in this case football, the other sports will stay in that same alignment. That's just the process that the WIA has taken upon itself. If we were the conference that they were asking to leave, there was conversations around us possibly going to a Milwaukee Public School conference, and or as far as Racine conference as well. Both of which would have, of course, caused us a huge financial burden. Naturally, we did come from the Greater Metro, the Big 8 conference up in Madison. That was changed due to our overall school enrollment. And so with that being stated, I thought it would be important to kind of bring you all this information just so that you are aware that they are asking us to remain in the Southern Lakes Conference. The SLC superintendents have met. We, of course, agreed to this, to us staying in the Southern Lakes Conference. Please note that this space that we're operating in and us staying in the Southern Lakes Conference is also predicated that the only other conference that I believe we will probably express interest in and it would be to go back to the one that we were currently in, and that conference is currently full with its membership. And so for us to have to possibly move all the way to, again, Milwaukee and or to Racine, that will cause us a huge financial burden. And so with that being stated, I just wanted to again bring this to you all as information. And Mr. Grass, do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, I think just it's important to know that this happens, again, reiterate, it happens every 2 years. We will, just based on enrollment changes here, as well as the current SLC schools, very likely be put back in a cycle in 2 years from now. So I think being proactive and just trying to plan. In the letter that I sent in conjunction with the rest of our conference, we essentially implied we have no interest in going to the Southeastern Conference, which is Racine and Kenosha, from a variety of standpoints. Obviously financial is primary, but from a missed class time, from a parent travel and fan, perspective. And then on top of that, the Milwaukee Public Schools Conference, we were adamantly against as well. Our proposal was we remain in the SLC or go back to the Big Eight, which is a possibility in the next cycle in 27, 28. So I think, like I said, just good to be proactive and thoughtful and kind of watching enrollment trends in the elementary and middle schools, not only in Beloit, but in the schools that we could potentially be partnered with.
Thank you. That's the informational space.
Any questions for Mr. Gratz or Dr. Garrison? Go ahead, Ms. Miller.
Oh, no, I just, thank you so much for that explanation. It's really helpful, I think, for the community to understand how those decisions are made, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gratz. Our next agenda item is the October 24 monthly financials. And Bob Chady is presenting. The purpose is to review and approve the October 2024 monthly financial activity.
Thank you and good evening. Tonight we'll talk a little bit about the financial activity from the month of October. Kind of a lackluster month. Lots of activity, but really not a whole lot to report on. But we'll walk through some of the information as is typical. So we'll start by taking a look at our monthly summary report of revenues and expenses. And you can see here that we had revenues for the month of just under $800,000. The lion's share of those revenues coming in Fund 10 and in Fund 50. Fund 50 actually led the way this month, which seldom happens. And we'll talk a little bit about why that is here in just a couple of moments. But more importantly, while revenues totaled just under $800,000 in the month of October, expenditures were just over $5.7 million. So keep that in mind, $800,000 coming in, $5.7 million going out. So our outflows, our expenses exceeded our revenues for the month by just over $4.9 million. And again, if you take a look at here, you could see the top row, the general fund, over $4 million of that is in the general fund. About 1.2 million of it in special education. Special education really receives the majority of their revenues in the month of June when we do the general fund transfer to special ed. So really the 11 months of the year, you'll typically see the outflows there being in the red. And then again, in Fund 50, our revenues exceeded the expenses by just over $317,000. Any questions on the summary before we proceed onward? Seeing none. Our cash and investments. Let me make this bigger so that people there apologize for that. Cash and investments display the status of our assets on deposit at our various financial institutions. You can see those and the associated interest rates listed there. End of the current month, $13.7 million on deposit. Looking at the end of the prior month, so the end of September here, we had $19.8 million on deposit. If you're wondering, boy, what is that significant shortfall? Keep in mind that, we had outflows, our expenses exceeding our revenues by about $5 million in the month of October. And you can also take a peek at the previous year end of the current month. So taking a look at October of 24 to October of 23. October of 23, we had $26.6 million on deposit. Keep in mind that the district utilized about $14 million in March of this year with regards to debt payments. So that explains that significant drawdown. More importantly, perhaps some information in the bottom couple of rows where we take a look at and we speak to our cash liquidity. You can see at the end of September, that end of the prior month, we had 42 days of cash on hand, meaning that the district could operate for 42 days in absence of any additional revenue coming into the district. So that's how much cash we had on hand to pay those daily expenses. So 42 days at the end of September, at the end of October, 20 days. And I'm going to let the cat out of the bag a little bit here, and I'm going to talk about the end of November. Not even the current reporting month, but just to we had 5 days of cash liquidity as of the end of November. 5. Now, thankfully, we received a significant state aid payment. We knew it was coming on December 2nd. Keep in mind that with the board, we put in place that cash flow borrowing opportunity. We did not need to utilize it. We're biting the nails a little bit. I'll be entirely honest with you. We did hold intentionally 2 accounts payable checks for some of our larger vendors, and I contacted them and let them know the why and when their payment would be released to them. They were totally fine with it, understanding, appreciative of the call. So we did what we needed to do to get through what we knew was going to be a low point without having to draw on that line of credit and incur that interest expense. All of our staff got paid, more importantly. Any questions on the cash and investments before I continue on?
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. I know you've touched on this before, but just to help build understanding, I know there are different times of the year where we don't worry so much about liquidity because of payments from the state and things like that. So I guess twofold question. One, if you could just clarify that for anybody who might be following along, what those times are where we're worried and where we're not worried, like typically. And then what would you say based on your prior experience with other districts and just working with your other colleagues around the state, to what extent is that I guess a concern? 5 days seems pretty razor thin. What would you say in those times where it's usually a dry spell for districts is a reasonable liquidity goal for us? You know what I'm saying? So obviously more than 5 days, but what, just kind of off the cuff, if you could help us understand a little bit more about that.
Sure. So first and foremost, districts hit low points of cash, typically the 3rd, 4th week of November. And then usually that occurs again for districts anywhere from the latter 3rd, 4th week of June, and then that carries through during the summer. So we received significant aid payments from the state in December. We received property tax payments because unfortunately everybody just got their property tax bills within the last week or so. Those payments will be made. Those payments that are made here in December, we receive from the municipalities in January. Those payments that are made in January, we receive from the municipalities in February. So in January and February, December, January, and February, we do have good assets coming in, good revenues. And then typically that kind of wanes off then until the end of the fiscal year in June when we see more. Yeah. With regards to the liquidity, man, that's a really good question as to what the appropriate number of days is. I'll be honest with you. To my knowledge, there's maybe less than a dozen of us business managers that track it by the day basis like that. So that's not a common thing, but it's an easy calculation, and I think it really just drives home how much money we have sitting around, and more importantly, in absence of additional revenues coming in, how long can we operate? Pretty common practice, I think, in private industry, I'm not sure why we just didn't apply it to our sector, so I did. So, yeah.
Well, I really appreciate the responsibility that you're exercising. It really helps us understand better and like appreciate your management on that. I think that's a good thing for us to kind of keep tabs on to sort of like rate ourselves, like how are we doing this year versus last year and things like that. That would be kind of a cool thing to see in the future.
Right. And I guess, to be honest with you, so if we would have had to draw on that line of credit, then perhaps that number of days could technically be a negative because you have a liability. You essentially ran out of your cash assets and now you're using the loan. But.
Tom Hankins?
Excuse me, Mr. Chady, to that point, the ebbs and flows of the year, they should be reflected from the current year. So saying that if your payments come from the state, you said quarterly or when in December, it should have been the same thing last year. And if we, go back to a year before, we had 42 days and then 20 down to 5. And I understand that you said you made the big payment, but the ebbs and flows should be reflected year to year. Is that correct? Of your payments?
Yeah, they would be. Honestly, when you look at this report and you look at that far right column, the previous year column, it's important to keep in mind, so it shows $17.5 million in assets at the end of October of 23 compared to $6 million here at the end of October of 24. Embedded in that $17.5 million last year was about $10 million. That shouldn't have been in that fund. It should have been down in your debt service funds in the middle of that chart. The monies were received, deposited into the general checking account, and then into the ICS, the sweep account. We left them there. Probably shouldn't have, but, So debt proceeds, technically when school districts receive debt proceeds, those should be segregated out and applied into your debt service fund account. And that was not what transpired back when those proceeds were initially received. And I'll just add, prior to my arrival in the district.
Okay, I'm just, year to year to year, your payments that come from the state come pretty consistently, right?
They do.
I know,
yeah.
Throughout the course of the year.
Yeah.
So, to look at from last year to this year, end of the prior month, from last year to this year, is kind of a barometer, correct?
Yep.
And so we had 12.29, and now we have 6.6. Can you explain that? I mean, the decrease in 6, and then we're down to 20 days from last year to this year. I mean, just in a ballpark sense, was there a big payment that we had to make, or are we just running that close to the edge now?
My apologies, Mr. Hankins. I'm not following your numbers. If you, okay. You're looking at the very bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Yep.
I think one of the thoughts is one could argue we're receiving less money too from the state from last year to this year. There was a decrease in state aid. If I'm not correct, please correct me, Mr. Chady. And so when we're dealing with less funds, you inevitably have less to work with from a year-to-year basis, and also based off of our expenses. I know sometimes you look at a month-to-month, things going to be the same in the school district. That's ever changing. We could workman's comp, insurances could be different from month to month. And I'm also trying to allow Mr. Chady some thought process to, again, correct me if I'm way off.
Yeah, no, the state aid actually increased, but we don't receive state aid in the month of October. So again, yeah, Mr. Hankins, you're right. At the end of September, we had almost $12.3 million in operating revenues available. And at the end of October, just over $6 million. You know, a difference of 6.2, 6.3 million. A lot of that is found up here when we go back to the monthly summary report, where our general fund, Fund 10, operated at a $4 million deficit, so to speak, or loss in the month of October. And then our special education fund, about a $1.2 million. So all of the cash for those activities comes out of our general fund checking and our ICS accounts. So that kind of explains why those values have diminished so much from month to month. Clear as mud?
Kind of. So in your professional opinion, though, you don't see anything alarming from this year to last year at this present time?
No, not really. You know, when I look at this and reflected upon this, you know, it's concerning that a year ago we had 55 days of cash as compared to this year, 20 days of cash at the end of October. But I'm also smart enough to realize that we made a significant debt prepayment, paid off, you know, so that draws that down. And then again, you know, as I look to the next month's report, you know, we're going from 20 days to 5 days of cash, which was kind of close, but we were fine. Yeah.
And as you forecast to next month with the influx, what do you see us at for next month, this report?
Well, next month's going to tell you, you know, end of November, it's going to tell you we had 5 days of cash. You know, when we go to the end of December, a month and a half from now, you'll see that number rebound. You know, what it'll rebound to, I couldn't tell you. I mean, if I had to guesstimate for you today, I'd probably put that closer into the upper 40s, low 50s. Somebody write that down and we'll see how close I am in 6
No, I
weeks.
just wanted your professional opinion. Thank
Yeah,
you.
yep.
Is this wall paint erasable?
Yeah, no. All right, we'll continue on and try to expedite things a little bit. And honestly, we'll be fine by doing that because there's just not really a whole lot of noted activity in the revenues and expenses. You know, again, kind of a lackluster month. If we scroll down, you know, our Fund 10 had $347,585 in revenues for the month of October. You look over to the far right, compare that to last year, we had $129,000 in revenues for the same reporting period. You know, so it was an increase of $233,000 or so dollars, and the vast majority of that comes into this $971 refund of a prior year expense, where we received that $233,000. That is all attributed to our federal E-rate reimbursement of our contracted IT services as from the 23-24 school year. I had to make sure I got those right. Looking at fiscal year to date, revenues in Fund 10, $10.3 million. It was $10.7 million last year, so trailing last year by about $400,000. Percentage-wise, we're actually ahead. Value-wise, we're a little bit behind. Not really concerning to me at all, to be honest with you. Scrolling down a little bit more and talking some more, really the next big item for revenue comes in Fund 50. We don't talk about Fund 50 revenues a lot, but we did receive almost $437,000 in claim reimbursements for providing free breakfast and lunches to our students. And if I remember right, this was the month of September. So again, $436,000 this year in October, almost $421,000 last year. So, you know, outpaced last year by about $35,000, favorable for us as well. And then again, looking at total all fund revenues, just under $800,000 in the month of October of '24, just over $600,000 in October of '23. So about $195,000 to the good. And when we look at fiscal year to date, $11,059,000 in the current year, $11,394,000 last year. So again, we're trailing a bit there, but not really anything that's concerning. That was kind of the real quick lowdown on revenues. I'll pause real quick if there's any questions before I jump to expenses.
Any questions? Go ahead.
All righty, so, oops, too big. Expenses, again, pretty typical. Coming down to page 4, so we can talk about general fund expenses. Just under 4.4 million here in October of 24, compared to just over 5.8 million in October of 23. So our expenses are, 1.5 to the good. And when we look at fiscal year to date, almost $14.9 million in expenses in the 24-25 school years compared to 17.4 million in 23-24. And again, the lion's share of our expenses are driven by our salaries, and that's perhaps most noticeable. Let's see here. 88.4% of October's expenses overall in the general fund were attributed to salaries and benefits. So just, our personnel costs is kind of really what drives everything here. I do want to come back and talk about a couple of things in Fund 10. One is our purchase services. On page 2, you can see we had almost $419,000 in purchase services in October as compared to 1.6 million last year for the same reporting period. And of course, that's a pretty sizable difference, about 1.2 million. So you have to ask the question why, and I beat you to it because I got some answers for you. So that variance is really due to contracted custodial. If you come up the page and you look at this row, 329, cleaning and environmental services, you'll see that it did not have any activity in October of 24. Trust me, the activity was there. HES did their cleaning. The bill just didn't come in or didn't get processed through and paid in October. But if you look across the page, you'll see $750,000 worth of expense in October of 23. So that's a large driving factor. And then a couple of rows above that is this 327 construction services. And again, we had no construction-related expenses here in October of 24, whereas we had 135,000 in change of such expenses in October of 23. All of that construction services work last year was related to the HVAC air improvement project at Beloit Memorial High School. And just an area that we don't often touch about in the general fund, and that's our insurances and judgments. On page 3, we had $70,340 worth of expenses related to our monthly premiums for liability. Let me rephrase that. Related to our premiums, not always monthly. Some of the premiums are quarterly, some of them are monthly. But anyways, that's related to our liability, property, workers' comp, and unemployment claims as listed there. Really important to point out, if you look at things, $70,340 in expense this year, October, as compared to last year, under $28,000. And perhaps more importantly, looking at the fiscal year to date, almost $308,000 worth of insurance premium expenses in the current school year, and about $286,000 last year. So $25,000 higher. Our premiums this year, it is a very tight insurance market, and we're paying the price for that despite efforts to find other insurers willing to write our coverage. So we'll undertake similar efforts this year. Any questions on Fund 10 expenses? Perfect. Fund 27, let me just scroll down. Again, not a lot of activity happening here. under 1.2 million in expenses in the current year as compared to just $1,279,000 last year. So a slight variance there. Looking at fiscal year to date, 2.3 million this year is 2.8 million last year. And again, speaking about the importance of salaries and benefits and how much of our expenditures are tied up in our compensation and our personnel costs, 89% of October expenses within the special education fund were attributed to special ed staffing, payment of salaries, wages, and the corresponding benefits. Any questions there? I'm going to skip some of the other stuff that I wrote just for the sake of time for everybody. I do want to jump over to, our fund balance report. And I've got that displayed on the screen a little bit here for you as well. So this top row highlighted in purple shows some various information. So on the far left column, our 24-25 fiscal year beginning balance. So this reflects our balance as of July 1st of 2024 for the current fiscal year, $10.493 million. And then the next columns, the next two columns reflect October beginning balance, 9.9, make that bigger for myself, 9.9 million. And then October ending balance, 5.9 million, so a decrease of about $4 million. Go back to that monthly financial activity summary chart, the first chart we looked at, and go over to the outflows, and you can kind of see that change. And then you can also see in the next two columns where we were beginning balance for the same point in time last year. So October of 23, we began the year at 10.7. We began the year this year at 9.9. But note this, we ended the year, October of 23 last year, with just over $5 million in general fund. And yet we ended the year here in October of 24 with 5.9. So we began the month, those were month, I think I said year. We began the month trailing last year. We ended the month ahead of last year, better than last year. So I think that's all good and worth noting as well. Couple of other things that are in the attachment, not necessarily spoken about in the financial activity report, is we do provide the monthly accounts payable, essentially the check register, although lots of our payments are being via ACH now. It's 38 pages long, so people that are interested in that, just take note before you go printing a whole bunch. And these are attached to our monthly financial reports going back to when we began reporting on July of 24. So all publicly available to the public. And then something that's new this month, which we had tried to get incorporated in prior months and just had a little bit of an issue, is our accounts receivable aging report. I don't like the word aging report. The report's not quite right because some of these are all being reflected as, I think, recent accounts receivable or invoices sent. Some of them are older, so we're still trying to work out some of the kinks. But what is shown here is payments that are due to the school district of Beloit from other entities or individuals, and then perhaps a little bit as to the why. And since I reside in the school district of Fort Atkinson, I'll just use them as an example. As of the end of October, the school district of Fort Atkinson owes us $40. We share the costs, districts share the costs with regards to shared homeless transportation expenses. So we had that. We had $80 incurred with regards to a student that was residing in the school district of Fort Atkinson, but returning to the school district of Beloit. So we share that $80 expense, so they owe us $40. So that invoice is out there. But generally, the accounts receivable aging report has a lot of miscellaneous monthly activity that takes place. Where the board, I think, will get the most value of it will really be in the months of June, July, August, and maybe into September as we close the fiscal year and we book a lot of accounts receivables. So your fund balance at the end of June may look big, but it's not all in cash. So it's just important to note. we'll talk about that more later. I see some puzzled looks. So, any questions at all?
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's funny you brought this up because I looked at that and I thought, what is, I didn't understand what this was. So the ones, there's several that are homeless transportation. So we're sharing, explain that a little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the McKinney-Vento law requires districts to work cooperatively to provide for the transportation of students that are experiencing homelessness back to their school of origin.
Okay.
So they may have been attending school here in the district for whatever reason, are experiencing homelessness, and then they end up in other districts or even state. We go south of the state line quite a bit too. And you can see that here as well. So on a monthly basis, then, we try to invoice those districts for their portion of the expenses that the school district of Beloit has incurred in travel to pick up those students, to return them back to school in the morning, and then take them back to their temporary place of residence after school each day. It happens a lot. It's quite costly. Yeah.
And then one other quick question. It's just kind of a housekeeping thing. The front page of that aging report.
Yes.
Says a report date of 6/30/2022.
Yeah, and again, I really want to try to generate this report without that front page showing up because it's not really necessary and it's just confusing. We're still trying to figure out how to do that, to be honest with you.
Technology thing.
Yeah. We'll get there in time. And likewise, some of the values that are here, there are some liquidated damages resignation fees that I think probably predate the 24-25 school year. So really, those values should be to the far right under the greater than 90-day column, but we don't have the parameters right. We're still trying to figure all that out. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Thank you. Yes, Skyward can be kind of a bear. I think they look lovely. I just wanted to point out, because I came in earlier from my daughter's thing. We were in the middle of public comment, and I know there was a comment made elevating some of the points that were made at the listening session last night. And one of them that I heard across groups was transportation costs. And so, no question, just wanted to take this opportunity to highlight to my colleagues, some of whom weren't able to be there yesterday, that's something that I think we should continue to look at in terms of collaboration and partnership, because like you just highlighted, there's all kinds of sort of in the weeds, little rules and things like that. And it's not quite as we're just getting kids from point A to point B in our district, right? It's a complex situation. I just really appreciate your explanation of that and wanted to take the opportunity to just voice one of those issues that was brought up last night. Thank you.
Anything else? Any other questions? I would entertain a motion to approve the October 2024 monthly financial statements as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to approve by Greg Schneider, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next item on the agenda is the board consultant discussion. This is to discuss additional work with Dr. Kim Earhart and his contract with the board. At the October 15th Board of Education agreed to enter into a 2-month agreement with Dr. Earhart to provide board with consultation services as outlined in a contract agreement between Dr. Earhart and the board. On December 20th, the current agreement expires. The board needs to decide whether to approve a new contract with Dr. Earhart or to discontinue his services upon completion of this contract. The Board of Education is currently dealing with a number of critical issues that include declining enrollment continued state report card designation of meets few expectations, some of the lowest forward exam scores in the state, 3 failed referendum questions in the last 20 months, staffing recruitment and retention issues, parental concerns about student conduct and behavior in the schools, perceived community trust issues regarding the school board and central office administration, and a future budget deficit estimated of about $5 million. When the initial contract was offered, it was based on the belief that the board and district could benefit from some kind of seasoned experience and successful leadership that Dr. Earhart could provide. His extensive training and experience with implementing the Studer Hardwiring Excellence in Education framework would have the potential to positively impact the culture of the school district of Beloit. Also, his previous experience as a senior consultant with the International Center for Leadership Education, working with struggling school districts with low state report card scores, can be an important strategic tool to help give the board expert validation regarding existing improvement and intervention plans, as well as advising the board about making potential changes to ensure that academic achievement in the district is accelerated per the 9 principles framework from the Studer model. Finally, Studerizing the talking points for the potential upcoming referendum could be useful in terms of providing metrics for goals, focus on excellence and quality, improving the system-wide communication, and promoting a universal system of accountability for the district. Initially, Dr. Earhart donated 60 days of his professional services to the district, with the district paying for his mileage costs traveling from Janesville to Beloit. The new agreement will continue at no salary costs to the district relative to his board consulting services. Upon approval of this agreement, the board president will seek private funding and potential community grants to support compensation for Dr. Earhart's services. The board will continue to pay for mileage, providing office space for the Colac Education Center and a fob to the building. More extensive services could include such as curriculum and instructional audits, professional development sessions for the district staff, and on-site building. Coaching could be covered by federal and state grant titles to funds provided to the school district. The board could enter into a contract extending Dr. Earhart's current contract, and if desired, the board can make changes to it, and upon district legal services team, again, vetting a new contract, could approve a new one. Again, this is Dr. Earhart offering his time, just asking for his mileage to be covered. We do not cover the cost of meals, so if somebody is thinking because he ate breakfast here last Saturday, everybody else here that was here last Saturday had the same opportunity to eat that same breakfast. Whatever information is getting out there, that's inaccurate. The reason I am requesting this, I think and appreciate the work that Dr. Earhart has done so far for the board. Unfortunately, because of some misposts of meeting and some mishaps on this end, he has not been able to do the amount of work that I would have liked for him to visually, as was stated earlier in public comment, what has he been doing, because we haven't been seeing him. Just because we haven't been seeing him doesn't mean he hasn't been doing his job. And as for Dr. Earhart suggesting names for encouraging people to apply to the school district of Beloit for employment, I've done the same thing. And if anybody else knows somebody that wants to apply and is qualified, please do so. I don't care who you are. We need people. We still have vacancies that yet need to be filled. Furthermore, as Dr. Earhart mentioned in his earlier presentation, at Janesville, he helped reshape the culture of a school district. I am asking Dr. Earhart to do something even more, something even greater that would be a small miracle, and that is to help reshape the culture, not just of the school district, but of our community. We lack the embracing of education the way we should. And this shows over the past 20 months of not having our community support us through our referendum. We have a strategic plan. It's a strategic plan. It sunsets, and we're still last in place. Our accountability score for the past several years has continued to leave us in the bottom 3%. I don't know if anybody here knows or remembers a time when we were above the bottom 10%. This is a problem. This is something that needs to be addressed. Dr. Earhart has proven experience with the school district of Beloit. It doesn't take but a quick Google search of the Janesville Gazette, and you can see the letters people are writing to the Janesville Gazette with their concerns about the current state of Janesville. Maybe had they stuck with the Studer method, they wouldn't be so up in arms as they are now. I appreciate Dr. Earhart for helping out in those times when we have erred on our behalf. For example, when the Table Talks was misposted. Yeah, he went above and beyond, and he helped out pull that off, because what was originally supposed to be a board meeting, he helped pull off so that we could continue to have it, knowing we had wide public interest in that meeting. He helped us pull that off without us having to cancel or reschedule. Mr. Earhart, is there anything you would like to add to this discussion? Are there any board questions? Brian Nichols.
Thank you, Board President Johnson. Well, I don't have any questions. I just have a statement to make. And I move approval to extend Dr. Earhart's board consultant contract through the date of June 30th, 2025.
I'll second.
Point of order, could I just get clarification of the date you stated?
June 30th, 2025.
Thank you.
We have a motion to approve extending Dr. Earhart's contract through June 30th, 2025. Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Tom Hankins. Any discussion? Ms. Miller?
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple pieces. So I definitely thank you so much again, Dr. Earhart, for your gracious offer to support the school district with the expertise that you have. I think that based on the reports that I have seen, and I definitely appreciated the presentation at the meet and greet that you provided, I think that while I share the same goal as you just expressed, Board President Johnson, that we reshape and do, I think, critical work in our community as well as our district. I have a difference in opinion of how we arrive there. So just to speak to that, for example, this evening, Dr. Earhart did a really nice job talking about the report card. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think he talked about setting a goal for, it was like up 3 points and things like that. So I guess and I guess just speaking from my experience as a teacher and as a parent of 3 kids in our district, yes, the report card is important. But as we've heard 2 board meetings in a row, the way those scores are calculated doesn't necessarily reflect challenging every student and supporting every student to grow. And let me explain what I mean by that. We get more like points or credit on the report card when kids who are struggling increase over a certain line, right? Which is great. We definitely want that. You can play numbers games with the report card and say, we're just going to target this group of kids because they're like worth more points on the report card than the kids that are just kind of sitting right above that line. And a district that would do something like that would like look like they were growing more than a district that didn't. So now I'm not trying to say that that's like what people do or anything like that, but my point is that yes, the report card's important, but we're going to reflect that growth by focusing on the individual needs of kids. And I feel like we need to really focus on the students. We have to be students first. We have a scarcity of resources in our school district, and I love the idea of going out and getting like private and additional funding, and I think that private and additional funding needs to go to our schools, to our teachers, to support our students. So while I find what Dr. Earhart has shared to be extremely valuable and I think very affirming to a lot of the great work that we're already doing, and I think absolutely share that vision like we talked about at the meet and greet, it's fantastic stuff. I didn't hear a whole lot about students. I heard a lot about optics. So it's my opinion as a stakeholder in our schools, as a parent, and as somebody who, as a union member, I value professional respect, would like to share that professional respect with our administration, who we hire to make these decisions. So just like I hire a plumber, and I'm not going to tell the plumber what to do because that would be a big mess. We've hired our administrators to do the important work of our school district. I think that if our administration chose to bring in a consultant like Dr. Earhart, I think the student model is fantastic. Whatever they choose to do is something I will fully support. But at this stage, as a board member dealing with unmet student needs and extreme financial scarcity, this isn't something that I can support at this time. Thank you.
Greg Schneider.
Board Member Levy had her hand raised before me.
Thank you. I'm giving the floor to members present in person and then online.
Well, I agree that the district has a long way to go and ways that we need to continue improving as we are continuing to do that and have for a while. A couple things come to mind with this. Number one is I think it is the responsibility of the board to actually see the contract before they approve it. It was very irresponsible of the board to approve a contract and to put it into place that the board had not seen and not had seen the terms of it. While I understand that Dr. Earhart has kindly donated all of his consulting services, there still is a cost to the district for it. And so how much or what has been that cost to date on the contract for the last 60 days?
Dr. Earhart, do you know the total of the receipts for your mileage? Okay.
And also the fact that we do have administrators we've hired to do this, that Dr. Earhart has been hired as a coach and a consultant to the board, and he has stepped over the bounds of the board's reach, and has stepped into what would be normally an employee of the district, which is not the case in this contract. And again, is not something that I can support, especially with the new policy that's been raised that requires RFPs with at least 3 bids for services for the district. And again, the board is, by taking this step, in violations of its own policy, as it was the first time we passed the contract.
Mr. Chady?
So total reimbursements to Dr. Earhart, this is reflective through in invoice number 2401, paid, looks like it's actually going to be deposited Friday of this week. Just let you know you're getting your money finally. $566.10 of that amount. $235 and some change was reimbursement for some books that were purchased on behalf of the district and the board, and about $331 in mileage.
Thank you. Tom, or I'm sorry, Mr. Hankins? Okay. And Mr. Nichols, any questions or comments?
I'm sorry. Yes, I do. I was going to try to find something. I think it's in this month's expense reports, because somebody alluded to it earlier. Number one, I wholeheartedly believe everything that Board Member Hankins said earlier tonight. You know, this district needs all the help they can get. Yes, we're improving, but we're still on the bottom. So the other districts are improving better than we are. So you can play all you want with the numbers, but the numbers are the numbers that come off the DPI. So, and I'm sure we're going to see more numbers tomorrow at the library that may even be more unflattering. I don't know. Hopefully they're not. But to sit here and say, you know, we're criticizing for helping, that's called networking. I got one of my jobs by networking. I didn't interview with the company because of an ad. I got it because of a networking. So if we can, and you've said that you've talked to people, so have I. You know, we need teachers, we need pairs. If we run into somebody in Madison who's looking for a job, we're going to steer them here if they want to come. Dr. Earhart has a great deal of experience and knowledge that this district can use. He's exhibited some of that. I think as any good consultant would do, and I've worked with consultants in corporate America before, they do the due diligence before they start working with the employees. And that's exactly what he's been doing. So you've got to find out the core of how this business, and it is a business, it's a business of school district, teaching our kids and how it works, how it operates, and then he can do a better job of consulting with the board and giving the board direction. So I 100% believe this is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levy? Ms. Levy?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't unmuted. It's Mrs. Thank you so much. So I have one question and one comment, and hopefully this time I won't be cut off. The proposal lists that professional development sessions for district staff and on-site building coaches could be covered by federal state grant Title II funds. And according to DPI, the purpose of Title II programs are to increase student achievement and close achievement gaps by offering professional development opportunities in core academic areas. So my question for Dr. Earhart is, what experience do you have in increasing student achievement and closing achievement gaps?
Dr. Earhart?
A lot. I've done a lot of work in terms of differentiated instruction. I've taught courses in classroom management. For the last 7 years, I've taught a course on closing the opportunity achievement gap through the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater every semester. Lots of work in that area.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's a passion of mine.
Thank you so much for listing your teaching credentials. I'm just wondering, what tangible evidence do you have for a school district in if any, increasing academic achievement and a closing achievement gaps, which is, again, is the term, I understand opportunity gaps, but achievement gaps is the phrasing used by EPI with specific connection to Title II funds. Have you done that work in district?
In the school district of Janesville, that would be correct.
Oh, wonderful. I would love at your convenience to receive information on specifically on your work of closing achievement gaps. And then just my comment is, I'm concerned that the extensive services listed in the proposal are again outside the scope of the board and are clearly in the lane of the administration, and therefore, in my opinion, are not appropriate tasks for a board consultant. So this is not something that I'll be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Hankins?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on what I said earlier in my comments about my support and having Dr. Ken Earhart help us and guide us, and not only for the board, and to bring the board and the admin and the community all together. In actuality, we all are one, and to bring us all sides together to get us forward, I think it'll be nothing but improve Beloit as a whole. Like I said before, we seem to be a little bit divided between board, admin, and then the communities out there. We need someone to tie us, the three of us, together in the direction we should all pull together and move this district forward. Thank you.
Dr. Earhart?
Yeah, if I could make a clarification to Mrs. Levy's point about that's actually correct. If the board directed staff development in those areas that were identified in your proposal, that's part of my wheelhouse. I've done a lot of that work too, so that's why it was. I wanted to make sure that that would be delineated differently in the contract. So my role is directly consulting with the board, but if the board directed those other activities to occur, that is in my wheelhouse, and I have a lot of capacity in that area too. I believe that was sent to you at the first time when we presented at the school board convention for 2 years, and we looked at all the data, and we established our record for best practice in the school district of Janesville.
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
Thank you so much. Here, let me remember to pull my hand down this time. Oh, actually, Dr. Earhart, I just wanted to, well, and I don't know if you'll want to follow up or not, but I wanted to just revisit. I think you did a really great job at your presentation. That was, it was like publicly noticed as a meet and greet, and I think you did touch on a lot of these points. So when we had that meeting, one of the really focal parts that you spoke to that really resonated with me was very much, what Mr. Hankins is talking about, right? Like bringing all parties together. And I just want to acknowledge, I completely understand where my colleagues are coming from. And just because board members aren't on the same page about the best way to go forward doesn't mean that we don't all agree that this is the vision that we have, right? So one of the things that you talked about as being really important was your superintendent was key in this work. And that if and it was the superintendent that had developed the original vision, right, for the entire journey that you took. It was a journey of excellence. Am I getting the right preposition? Is that right? Okay. So I guess I want to share something, and then I want to just invite you and Dr. Garrison. Maybe, I don't know if we could just kind of talk about where we are in that process, because it feels like this would all be awesome if this is what had happened. But to Mr. Schneider's point, this is something in addition to the work our administration is already doing to help accelerate that growth. So it is not in any way intended to be disrespectful to anything you've shared. I've loved the work that you've shared, and I really appreciate you and your willingness to support our community. One thing that I want to bring in, though, is if we're talking about evidence-based practice, there is an evidence-based practice publication about the work of school boards, because effective school boards do increase student achievement. There are 8 of them. I won't read all 8, but I will read number 3. So number 3 says, effective school boards are accountability driven, spending less time on operational issues and more time focused on policies to improve student achievement. And so while I share the vision that's been set forth here, I feel like it is our role as a board, based on that evidence-based practice, to really stay in our lane as board members and let the operational work belong to our administration that's in our employment, right? So if, I don't know if you wanted to jump in, or if Dr. Garrison would like an opportunity to participate in discussion, because it innately impacts his day-to-day work. Do you believe this really can be successful if we're brought in by the board as something in addition to and not a central focus of, like what their work already is? Because it seems to me in that meet and greet discussion, the way that we're doing this does not seem in sync with the success that you had in Janesville. Because it feels like we're already kind of doing like the same stuff, and it's being driven by our current administration, and that this is something like extra. And I don't know if Dr. Garrison is allowed to have a chance to speak in this conversation, so he can give his input as well.
Dr. Earhart, did you want to respond to that?
The governance function of the board is absolutely there. And again, the role of the consultant would be to help give suggestions, ideas, and coaching to the board in how they write and develop directives to cascade through the organization. The board then gives, some of the important direction for the superintendent and the rest of the district. So absolutely, that's really what that was all about. And in our experience with Janesville, Mr. Studer worked directly with the board, and then he worked directly with the cabinet group. So our work in Janesville then was a collaborative. It wasn't just the superintendent. We all kind of figured it and embraced all of it together. It was a team effort. That's why I brought those 2 people there, the superintendent and a board member. So it was a collective efficacy piece that made the difference.
I appreciate that. Dr. Garrison, does that line up with your vision then for where we're going, or what are your thoughts on how you would like us to move forward?
So one of the things I'll say is, the work that the school district is doing, I stand behind it. I'm not going to, not say that. I think the work that we came in, 2 years ago and started to embark on that, this administrative team and, of course, my staff, teachers, principals, I thank them for getting behind that work and moving that work forward. And so I can't sit and say that I don't believe that the work that we have done hasn't brought some fruit of achievement to the conversation. Contrary to, to many, I know we have work to still do. I've stated that before, and we will get there. But where we had to come from in less than 18 months, less than 2 years, is miraculous within its own right. When I say miraculous, I don't mean that in like a spiritual space, but to grow as we have exponentially over this time is something to be noted for the school district of Beloit. Again, it is not where we want to be. And I agree with the board members when they make that statement, but we have to follow that statement with, we are on the right track. We have to follow that statement with, we are on the right track. We are on the right track. Now, what I mean by that is, from a metrics perspective, we are moving in the right direction. And we, as we've talked about in this conversation once before, we do want to accelerate that learning. We do want to accelerate that growth. We do want to accelerate the conversations across the board because, we want all of our schools in the course meets and then, of course, move on to the next report card standard. And so, you know, and I made this statement before, when I first got here, we had no schools in the meets category. And then, you know, the following year we had 1 school in the meets category, and this year we got 4 schools in the meets category. No matter how people, again, want to divide that conversation, these are the metrics in which we have been given to make an informed decision of kind of where we're going. Again, I stand behind the work that the school district is doing. I believe we are doing this work. And can we be better? Of course. And so that's just my statement. The board has a right to determine if they want to use a consultant, and I've made that statement when this was brought to the seat back a couple of months ago. And so the board has a right to, if they want to move forward with a consultant, that's within you all's right. But I also want to respect the space that in which we work from in my offices. We are doing the work. My staff is doing the work. We show up every single day, and we will continue to do that work under my leadership with the support of not just the school board, but of course with the community, the teachers, the parents, I mean, everybody. Because we are all in this work. I would hope we're all in this work, you know, moving it forward together.
Thank you. Brian Nichols?
Thank you. Dr. Garrison, thank you. I couldn't agree more. I mean, maybe what I said earlier didn't sound like that, but I know that we have great people in this district. I know that we have great principals. We have great administration. We have a lot of great things going on. But if we can get better faster with some help, then why would we not take that? That's the only thing I'm going to say. One other thing, though, somebody mentioned it earlier about, well, we have consultant available through WASB. Well, here's what it cost us in July. It cost us $967 for Mr. Butler to be here for 2 hours. It's on the. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Chady. It's on the accounts payable register. So that's a lot of money. So that's just for information purposes. But no, again, we got a lot of good things going on. You know, we had the auto mechanic or the auto shop manager in here, and that's near and dear to me because that's the business I called on. So my son-in-law did that in California before he retired. So no, there's a lot of great things going on. If we can get our numbers up and get there quicker, then we need it. Let's do it. Take advantage of it. Thank you.
Dr. Earhart?
I just want to be clear and characterize the work that I'm proposing. This is not a we-they kind of proposition. This is not a we-they proposition. Again, I certainly have recognized the foundation that has occurred here in the school district of Beloit. What I am proposing are ways to, again, accelerate those achievement and move, as you said, to more quickly and continue that level of achievement in ways that I've worked through many years of experience to accelerate the achievement. So that's the offer that I bring, but it's not in any way trying to contradict or create a we-they situation between my work. We're all in this together. We have the same intention and focus, and if I can be of some help based on what I've learned and through the years to help Beloit and the board move forward in a continued way to accelerate the student achievement, that's what I'm here for. Thank you.
Thank you. I would love for private funds to come to the school district of Beloit, and I would love for them to come expressly for our staff, specifically for our teachers, our classroom teachers. I would love for that to happen. It's not happening. And if there are external funds for Dr. Earhart to do an audit for a curriculum and instruction audit, I would support that. I would like to know, as not just a board member, but as a taxpayer, that, and I've been living here 29 years in January. Why, sorry, 28, why are we last in the state again? And we make strides, little tiny strides, great. We can pat ourselves on the back. We can give ourselves a rah-rah. I think our community deserves better. We can do better. Our students can do better. We can all do better. And I have been inspired by Dr. Earhart's work, and I would hope that he would be able to stay on and continue his work, be it the policies or a long-time deficit of accountability here in the school district. Our scores of achievement are slight. They're not reflecting the success that I know we can have, and I think everybody here knows we can have. So something is happening that it hasn't been happening, and I think now is the time for we board members to give that opportunity to somebody who has had that success just up the road in Janesville. There is a motion on the floor and a motion to approve, a motion to extend Dr. Earhart's board consultant contract through the date of June 30th, 2025. Ms. Schopp, may we have a roll call vote?
So sorry. Is there, or
we're-
did we call the question? Because I didn't recall hearing that.
We're wrapping up. We've got, we need to move on.
Oh, okay.
So, Ms. Schopp, may we please have a roll call vote?
Yes. Greg Schneider,
Nay.
Amy Levy,
Nay.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Nay.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
The motion failed, 3-3.
Thank you. Our next item is the Ad hoc Budget Committee. The purpose of this is to discuss the continuation of an ad hoc budget committee with an additional component of referendum. This actually is not the continuation, it's kind of the continuation, kind of a establishment of a new committee, because the previous one was at the Finance Committee level. The committee has completed its work with recommendation for the current budget cycle. The board has discussed in previous meetings to continue utilizing an ad hoc committee for budget work. If the board or administration wishes to add additional names to the current committee, please have those names available on Tuesday. The original committee charge was I guess that should be motion, to move the ad hoc financial budget committee to come back to the business operations and finance committee based on their research and make recommendations on possible ways to balance the budget, which includes impacts on students and the effect on the district. We are still looking at a budget deficit, and if we don't have a successful referendum in April, that is going to be even more problematic for the school district. Some suggestions I would have in terms of thinking about a charge for the ad hoc committee would be to start work on developing a 25-26 school year budget with additional cuts, including perhaps some programming changes, explore revenue sources, and other ideas such as combining transportation with other governmental bodies, selling or closing buildings. Absent a successful referendum, another $5 million reduction will be needed for the 25-26 year. From that basis, a referendum question, we are in the process of developing a referendum question. What this ad hoc committee would not be part of developing that question as a committee. If any of the individual members would like to attend any of our listening sessions, they're more than welcome to. But we will probably need another referendum later on down the road, and long-time planning is needed. I would like to see a component of their charge to be more long-range planning for the financial situation of the school district of Beloit. Are there any board members that would like to add their thoughts to this? Ms. Miller?
Thank you so much. Thanks for bringing this up for discussion this evening. I just think that this is a much more appropriate time for us to be initiating an ad hoc committee, given that this is in like now the very beginning of the budget planning cycle. And I think that this is going to be a much more productive source of community engagement. I feel like some of the feedback we got was that it was a bit frustrating to come in near the end when a lot of the conversations had already been had. So I'm excited to see maybe different outcomes and a much more positive experience, hopefully for all involved, since we're commencing it at a time at the beginning of the budget formulation cycle. I love everything you said, and if you don't mind, just if I could add a couple thoughts to that. So I think I'm going to mess up his job title, but he's like an assistant state superintendent. I think Tom McCarthy. I was in a breakout session on I don't even remember where, and I was in some kind of like Zoom meeting, and I had sent him a chat many months ago, and I was like, hey, would you ever be interested in giving kind of like a budget 101 to some of our community members in Beloit, because he's a really high energy, really charismatic speaker, and like this is like his whole job at DPI is dealing with budget. And I would love to come to Beloit. I think it would be really cool to have like Mr. McCarthy or somebody like that come and meet with the, not only just the committee, like the ad hoc, but anybody else who might be interested. I think that would be a really great opportunity, right, to build a sense of understanding of like how the budget works, just to kind of get like a larger state perspective, because sometimes we're really constricted by like, this is Beloit. And I know like those of us who maybe have lived or worked outside of the area, have maybe a different context. So I would love to suggest that part of the charge is to embark on some of that sort of like, I don't know if you want to call it like professional development, but just kind of opportunity, like learning opportunities. And then to that end, I think this was mentioned when Ms. Fox was here presenting last time too, looking at other districts, right? Like investigating districts that are comparable to us and seeing like what is working well in terms of funding priorities in those other districts, and like maybe comparing like, are there barriers that we have that other districts don't, or vice versa, and just helping us learn from not only what are we doing that's working well and what we want to sustain, but also like what are other districts doing that's working well that we could possibly learn from, right, and collaborate with. So I guess those are just sort of the two things that I think would be helpful to add to the charge that you sort of laid out.
Vice President Nichols.
Thank you. You know me. I want to get cut right to the chase. So I move approval of extending the Ad Hoc Finance Budget Committee through October 31st, 2025, with a focus on.
This is not extending. We would be establishing the ad hoc committee.
Okay.
Is the one that exists right now is from the finance committee. So this is a board level committee, so we would be establishing.
Okay. So the recommended action is written in error. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
No, you're right. I'm just, before you go any further, I think this was just taken from the previous Finance Committee agenda. Yeah, so if you want to change the word and just, because technically we're not extending that one. Just a technicality there. it was the finance committee that established that ad hoc committee. So it's not our role as a board to, at the board level, to extend their committee, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Because that was the finance committees.
But now I'm ready.
Go ahead.
While you guys talk, I fixed it. It was easy. Move approval of an ad hoc finance budget committee through October 31st, 2025, with a focus on budget and on referendum, including but not limited to referendum 2025.
Before there's a second, may I ask a clarifying question? So I understand the intent of your motion. Vice President Nichols, are you open to receiving the feedback that's been shared so far and any other feedback, since there are other board members that have their hands raised to weigh in? So did you hear anything contrary to the intent of your motion so far?
No, not really.
Okay, so same page.
And I think I mentioned this before when we had this discussion about this, and a month ago, is this is just a suggestion, is that we continue on with as many people that were on the previous ad hoc committee to continue, and then anybody that doesn't want to, then we fill that. This is, again, a suggestion. We fill that spot, and we keep it about the same size, because I think the size of the group was a good size. Not too big, not too large, not too small.
Thank you for that point of discussion. I would agree with that, and I'm glad we're able to have that discussion. I just wanted to make sure that since Board President Johnson laid out some really great suggestions, and I added what I think are good suggestions to them, I just want to make sure I understand the intent of your motion is to encompass those suggestions. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the clarification.
Again, back to a previous statement, we're all about getting better, right?
Agreed.
Good.
There is a motion for approval of an ad hoc finance budget committee through October 31st, 2025, with a focus on budget and referendum, including but not limited to referendum 2025. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion by Brian Nichols, a second by Tom Hankins. Any discussion? Mr. Hankins.
Yeah, just wondering, the end date, last ad hoc went to the end of the year, December 31st. What's the difference? Why would you want to go to October 31st?
That takes us through the 25-26 budget. The budget has to be done into the DPI by the 31st. Is that correct, Mr. Chady? Correct. So that's the reason.
Okay, I understand that. Then, there was a little bit where you missed back when Brian Anderson and I were talking, that the charge that we set for the last ad hoc, they couldn't really talk about going into the 25-26 budget because that wasn't part of their charge. It would have made perfect sense for them to pick up the tail end and start moving into the next year. The last 2 months have been dormant, which to me it would have been a smooth flow to know and then start moving going into the next calendar year.
Yes, Mr. Hankins, I understand what you're saying, including the idea of long-term planning that may include some conversation about the 26-27 school year, 27-28, hopefully a long-term planning, not just a few years down the road. Does that clarify anything for you?
No, I just think it would be nice to be able to at least discuss in that next ad hoc committee going forward, and not saying that they have to go on past the 31st of December, but at least be able to have the charge to at least look at to hand off to the next team, if that's the way we're going to go with it.
Yep, and I agree with you, and I think that's why I wanted to include the long-range planning, looking at long-term with broad strokes. If next October we feel we need another ad hoc committee for the 25-26 budget year, then we can, or I'm sorry, the next one, then we can continue on there. But I think looking forward broadly with this, and in particular, this group of folks who have expertise, and we can invite new members, send your requests to Ms. Schultz. That would be wonderful. Any, Ms. Levy?
Thank you. I just had a recommendation for the work of the ad hoc committee. If they are agreeable to this, I think, and at the risk of adding additional work for someone other than myself, I think it would be a nice idea, again, if they are agreeable, to do a training with Mr. Chady about talking points or kind of elevator style pitch, because if they're doing all of this great work, it is wonderful for them, in my opinion, to be prepared as they move through the community to kind of dispel myths and point out things that they're working on. And these are some suggestions. And this is how you can engage and submit your requests and information. And I'm just want to make sure that everyone who is interested in doing that part of the work, that we give them the tools so that they're comfortable to do that, and that we have a consistent district-wide message.
Any other board members? We have a motion to approve the Ad hoc Finance Budget Committee through October 31st, 2025, with a focus on budget and referendum, including but not limited to the referendum of 2025. Ms. Schultz, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Excuse me, yes. Miller?
Aye.
Hankins?
Aye.
Nichols?
Aye.
Levy?
Aye.
Schneider?
Aye.
And Johnson?
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
The next item tonight is the resolution authorizing the American Deposit Management Company as an authorized agent for district funds. The purpose of this is to update the employees authorized with access to the district's American Deposit Company's account. The current accesses fall to employees who are no longer with the SDB. Mr. Chady, or Dr. Garrison.
So Mr. Chair, to take this over pretty much, and the resolution is attached to the conversation. Back when I guess when both of us arrived, there was two different people on the requisition in order for people to be able to take money out of the account. Those two people are no longer with us, Mark Duff, and I believe the other person was
Lori McConnell.
Laura McConnell. And now, since those two people are no longer with us, we needed to update this, as you see, to being Mr. Chady and Mrs. Elwood.
Yeah, about a week and a half ago, we recognized that we had sufficient assets on hand, talking about cash flow, that we were seeking an opportunity to earn a higher yield or interest earnings on those assets. So we undertook a process to seek out some bid proposals from various entities that we do business with, one of those being American Deposit Management Company. They provided us a bid proposal for the $6 million that we were looking to invest in the higher yield earnings. However, American Deposit Management, their bid wasn't really competitive. We ended up investing those funds in a different capacity. But through that process, we recognized that we didn't have the current staff members identified to transact business with them. So what this is simply designating myself and Ms. Elwood the opportunity to transact business with American Deposit Management Company in the future if we decide to utilize them. The district had accounts with them. Mark Duff, the interim business manager prior to my arrival, I don't want to say close those accounts, but the accounts are still there, but there's no funds in them. So all the funds came back to Blackhawk Bank at the time. So simply trying to update who's authorized to order deposits, withdrawals of monies with American Deposit Management. So that way in the future, if they offer competitive opportunities for us, we have the ability to pull that trigger and continue onward.
Dr. Garrison, did you want to add anything?
No, I think I'm sorry. The two people that are currently with us are the ones that should be able to have access to this account, which will be, of course, Mr. Chady and Ms. Elwood.
Okay. Mr. Hankins?
Mr. Chady, I would assume then that with First Mid, then that you and Ms. Elwood are on the signers for that then, right? That Duff and whoever are off of those?
Yeah, with First Mid, the appropriate individuals are listed on the accounts with First Mid. And with regards to the staffing changes that took place within the business office this summer, those individuals have been deleted or removed from that authority as well. Yep.
The proposed resolution reads, resolution authorizing the American Deposit Management Company as an authorized agent for district funds. Whereas the school district of Beloit, the district, may deposit funds in one or more banks as outlined by the district's investment policy, and whereas the district desires to designate the American Deposit Management Company, ADM, of Pewaukee, Wisconsin, as authorized agent for district funds, and now therefore be it resolved that the School District of Beloit Board of Education for and on behalf of the district authorizes the deposit and withdrawal of monies by the American Deposit Management Company in both non-interest-bearing or interest-bearing accounts in compliance with the ADM Master Service Agreement and District Investment Policy Regulations. Be it further resolved that the following officers/employees or their successors are authorized to order the deposit or withdrawal of monies from the American Deposit Management Company until this authority is revoked by action of the district and written notice of such action is received by the American Deposit Management Company. Received by Bob Chady. I would entertain, you have a question?
Sorry, I actually was going to make the motion, but I think you missed my hand, which is fine. But I actually I do have a clarifying question, and then I'm more than happy to make the motion. I'm just curious, Dr. Garrison, since Mr. Chady is fairly, new and has, obviously has had to pick up the pieces from Mr. Duff, who is here as an interim. Are there now currently administrative procedures that exist in going forward, ensuring that when accounts are closed or when funds are removed, that there is an update process in place so that we don't accidentally find out, something like this in the future?
Our bank partners update us regularly when these types of things do happen. Unfortunately, again, with some of the transitions, some that happened just recently in the summer, this was something that we needed to catch. And so I believe the business department has enough checks and balances in place to make sure that when people are transitioning, that we can get this back to the board with different resolutions. The bottom line is, of course, Mark Duff no longer works for us, and he would not try to take any money from the School District of Beloit, as well as, of course, Ms. McConnell, because that is a checks and balances space within their own institutions that they would need to follow in order for those monies to be released back to the said institution, which is the School District of Beloit. And so we will, no matter what, have these checks and balances in place. When this, of course, came to our table, we wanted to make sure that everyone know. I never leave these things off the table. And so here we are with the resolution in front of you now.
No, I really appreciate that. I'm
Thanks,
just, just so everybody's on the same page, that's great that we have that process and that happens right when there's turnover and transition. So thank you so much for being on top of that. Since I don't think anybody else has their hand up, I'm happy to make the motion as long as I can pull it back up. Here we go. At that point, then I'd like to move approval of the resolution authorizing the American Deposit Management Company as an authorized agent for district funds, which is what's written in the recommended action. Is that accurate? Good.
Second.
Okay. Perfect.
Motion by Megan Miller, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Schultz, may we have a roll call, please?
Megan Miller,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Amy Levy.
Aye.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you respond?
Aye.
Thank you. Greg Schneider
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz. Our next item is the consent agenda. Typically, there is no separate discussion of the items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item or items will be removed from the general order of business and considered in their normal sequence on the agenda. Are there any consent agenda items any board members would like removed? Ms. Miller?
Sorry, I just ask just a quick point. Since there is only just the one item, is it okay to just give some feedback on the minutes? There's just a spell. Okay, sorry. I know it's just a little thing, but I think our public comment speaker's name was not spelled correctly in there, and I missed that on my first read through. So I just wanted, out of respect to the speaker, I had emailed Ms. Schultz. Is everybody okay with us approving the minutes with that, just with the spelling correction? In that case, I'd love to move approval of our consent agenda.
Second.
Approval by, motion made by Megan Miller, seconded by Amy Levy. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 I abstained. I wasn't present for the meeting.
Any objections? And one abstention. Motion approves with one abstention of Greg Schneider. Our next item is human resources. Dr. Garrison, you said Mrs. Almendarez is available virtually?
She is, yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. Are there any open session questions on Exhibit A or Exhibit B, or any HR? I have a question regarding the additional compensation for the principal position to cover the AP position. What specific duties were covered that would not have normally had to be covered by the principal? Because if I remember correctly, the job description of a principal encompasses everything that an AP has to do.
Sure. So one of the practices that I came to be aware of when I first got here was that each building that had an AP, that didn't have an AP, the practice was that the district administration would pay the additional work for the work that that the principals would take on. With that being stated, in that Mrs. Hereford did not have an AP for pretty much the month and a half, I wanted to stay with that past practice of when buildings didn't have APs that were supposed to have APs, and principals would cover in those spaces doing all the duties that one would have to do That's why this came back to the board for your consideration. Mrs. Almendares, do you want to add anything to that? She said she was on.
Oh, okay. So, so I'm wondering how many of those vacancies existed, and I'm a little bit perplexed because this is the first time I've ever heard of somebody getting compensated to do a position that is below their status or beneath their status.
So one of the situations that I can bring note to everyone at the board level was when McNeil was open. There were two principals, a principal and an assistant principal there. When there was in other buildings, there was a principal and two assistant principals in their buildings. And so the administrative team there did get a stipend for the extra work that they was taking on at that space. Now, to further answer your question, again, this was a past practice that was in place prior to my arrival, and that this was something that was done to compensate the principals who, again, were taking on the work of other buildings that would have two people in this space that would have only one for Mrs. Hereford.
Okay, so back to my original question, what duties were performed that were not part of the principal contract?
So I don't think it was any necessarily duties that weren't performed as part of the principal contract. I think it's the additional time that they have to put in when they are having to do it by themselves. And so that's the best space that I can answer that question in. And Mrs. Shope, I believe you have to unmute the guests that are, you have the access to unmute them. Unfortunately, I can't do it from my computer.
I'm a little bit concerned about the practice, for whatever reasons, that it was decided previously to do that, because it does not explicitly say in the policy that that's what the compensation is intended for. And I guess based on that, then we should probably also be giving you an extra 5 to 15%, because we have a vacancy directly under your position that's open, the community and marketing position. So I'm a little bit concerned that this is not the intent of this policy 222.1 Rule 2, where it speaks to this compensation. Any other board members have any other questions on any of the HR exhibits? Ms. Levy?
Again, Mrs. Levy, thank you so much. One, to speak to what you just brought up, I think because it's not explicitly laid out in policy, I would be apprehensive for us to say that this could not be covered. And my actual question seems to be on the other end of the spectrum. If Ms. Hereford was doing the work of two people, I'm curious how whoever made this decision landed on 5% and not 15%. That seems like a lot of extra work. And I'm just trying to understand how we land on a number, because policy does give that range of 5 to 15%.
Great question, Mrs. Lee. We landed on the 5% because that was what was used in previous situations for principals. And so that's what we landed on the 5% from a precedent perspective. Additionally, we have paid assistant principals for this same type of work when principals are out as well. They take on additional duties as principal, and there's the compensation there for when that happens. So we landed on the 5% because that was the past precedent number that we worked from the last time.
Thank you so much for providing that context. Just of 1 of 7, I would be comfortable with us increasing that amount. But again, I think it should start with a new school year and we're being consistent across the board and letting people know that. But if you're doing the work of 2 folks, I think 5% when you have the ability to go from 5 to 15 is a bit low. But thank you again for that context, and I'm glad we're at least being consistent.
Tom Hankins?
Yes, I don't want to cross the line into closed session, but as I remember this specific case, at the beginning of the school year when the AP resigned, that it was discussed, and Dr. Garrison, I thought, related something to the effect that he was going to shift some support into the principal's position, so to help the principal there with those duties. And if those actions actually happened, then why are we double dipping into that?
Any other questions?
I just have a procedure question. Should we move into closed session? I mean, because, yeah, you bring up a good point, and it's not like this is a really good discussion that you're bringing up. I just want to check with you and with our colleagues on the board.
So far, it sounds, we're not
all good?
talking about performance.
Okay.
We're talking about process, and we're not talking about,
Totally fine. I just want to do a quick check. Thank you.
Sorry, any other questions or comments? Mr. Hankins?
Well, I'd just like Dr. Garrison to weigh in after my question. He was busy.
Can you repeat your question, Mr. Hankins?
Yes,
please?
I remember the conversation back in the beginning of the school year when the AP of Merrill resigned, and we asked about that, and you said you were going to shift some support into help the principal there. And if that happened, then I don't understand why we're paying the principal there when she already had support that I thought you alluded to us that you were going to shift in there to help her.
We did do some shifting in there as much as we possibly could. That was not an everyday opportunity, though, Mr. Hankins. And so, as Mrs. Herford could take care of the day-to-day opportunities that did happen, and when there were some opportunities where she did need some assistance, and that's not a performance thing. That's just a day-to-day. When we were down, bodies and need extra assistance, we would shift the support over to the building, as we would do in any building across the district when that's needed at the principal level. And so that was not something that we were able to do every single day. Hence the reason in which she had to take on those extra duties all those times where I wasn't able to bring someone there on their everyday perspective.
Any other questions? Are there any closed session questions for Exhibit A or Exhibit B or any of the HR exhibits? Hearing none, I would entertain, I'd like to remove the additional compensation item off of Exhibit A, and I would entertain an approval for Exhibit A minus additional compensation and Exhibit B.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Tom Hankins, seconded by Brian Nichols. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I would entertain a motion for approval of the additional compensation portion of Exhibit A.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
I'll second. And when appropriate, I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Motion by Megan Miller for approval of the additional compensation portion of Exhibit A, seconded by Greg Schneider. Any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Shope, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes, give me 10 seconds. Okay. Greg Schneider,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Megan Miller,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Nay.
Motion carried 5-1.
Thank you, Ms. Shope. Our next item, executive session. A motion may be made and a vote taken to convene the Board of Education into closed session pursuant to Section 19.85, Parent 1, Parent F of the Wisconsin State Statutes for the purpose of reviewing the expulsion orders of the independent hearing officer. Pursuant to Section 120.13, Parent 1, Parent E, 4H of the Wisconsin State Statutes, the Board of Education shall, upon review, approve, reverse, or modify the orders. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Brian Nichols, seconded by Megan Miller. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Shope, may we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Megan Miller,
Aye.
Tom Hankins,
Aye.
Brian Nichols,
Aye.
Amy Levy,
Aye.
Greg Schneider,
Aye.
and Tia Johnson.
Aye. The Board of Education may return from closed session to approve, reverse, or modify the expulsion orders of the independent hearing officer as determined by the Board of Education in closed session. Thank you.
I just have a quick question, Board President Johnson.
Yes?
We wouldn't make the expulsion decision public, correct? So I was just confused by that last bit of language.
This is how it was posted on the agenda.
Yeah, but that doesn't make it correct. We wouldn't come back into open session to vote on someone's expulsion because we've never done that in open session before.
In the past, actually, we did, and while we go into closed session, we will get the advice from the attorney as to whether or not we should do that in open or closed.
Thank you so much.
Sure thing.